Entiendo que esto no incluye... ya, ¿sí o no?
Sí. Nós já estamos em linha. Então, professor Jorge, a palavra é sua.
Thank you very much, Appreciate Dr. Dayton. I am very honored and grateful to the University of Itaúna, Brazil, and the Dr. Dayton Ribeiro, Brazil. It's also worth nothing and thanking them as they are in charge of two broadcast dates for this event. First, there is an indissoluble relationship as the integration of multifunctional robots, advances of cybersecurity, and virtual assistance is transforming our society at unprecedented rate. These technological advances, while promising efficiency and convenience, also pose significant challenge in relation to fundamental rights. It's a crucial to understand the justification, importance, and intricate relationships between these elements to ensure a technological future that's both innovative and ethical sound. With the regard to the justification for the technological integration, we believe that the adoption of multifunctional robots, advanced cybersecurity, and virtual assistance lies in their ability to improve quality of life and optimize process in various sectors. Thus, we have efficiently and productively multifunctional robots can perform repetitive and dangerous tasks, increase efficiently and reducing occupational hazards. Accessibility, virtual assistants facilitate access to information and services, especially for people with disability or mobility limitations. Security advances, cybersecurity protects critical infrastructure and personal data, preventing cyber attacks and ensuring business continually. Three, we talk about the rewarding the importance of advanced cybersecurity. We believe it's essential to protect systems, integrate robots, virtual assistants, and personal data. Without robust cybersecurity, these systems are vulnerable to attacks that can compromise devices, physical cybersecurity, and data integrity. For example, we have personal data protection. Advanced cybersecurity ensures that information collected by virtual assistants and robots is handled security and confidentiality, prevent unauthorized access and misuse. Physical security, in this case of multifunctional robots, cybersecurity is crucial to prevent malicious control of these devices, which could result in physical damage or accidents. Public trust, the implementation of robot cybersecurity measure foster public confidence in these technologies, facilitate their widespread adoption and acceptance. In relation to the fundamental rights, the interaction between multifunctional robots, advanced cybersecurity, and virtual assistants has direct implications of several fundamental rights. For example, right to privacy, the collection and use of personal data by virtual assistants and robots must comply with data protection laws. Advanced cybersecurity plays a crucial role is ensuring that this data is protected against unauthorized access. A right to security, people the collection, the collection and use of personal data by virtual assistants and robots must comply with data protection laws. Advances cybersecurity play a crucial role in In this case, we have right to security. Right to security, people, physical and digital security can be affected by the use of robots and virtual assistants. Right to non-discrimination, the algorithms used in virtual assistants and robots must be designed to able discriminate and biases. Right to work, automation drive by multifunctional robots can displace human worker. In conclusion, we find that the integration of multifunctional robots, advanced cybersecurity, and virtual assistants offers enormous potential for improving our society. However, it's essential to address to ethical, legal challenges posed by these technologies. Advances in cybersecurity is not only a technical necessary, but also a fundamental component in protecting fundamental rights in this digital age. By prioritizing privacy, security, and non-discrimination, we can ensure that these technological advances benefit everyone and contribute to a more unjust and equitable future. Um, Thus, as president of the Permanente Justicia Interdisciplinary School of Fundamental Rights and president of the General Organization, I hereby declare open this magnificent sixth annual World Mega Congress, Multifunctional Robots, Advanced Cybersecurity, Virtual Assistant, and Fundamental Rights. Welcome, and thank you very much for your valued participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jorge Torres Manrique, for your very meaningful and kind words for this co-organization. And also, I would like to give some words, and I would like to say that it is with great honor that we welcome you all to the sixth annual World Mega Congress held under the central theme Multifunctional Robots, Advanced Cybersecurity, Virtual Assistants, and Fundamental Rights. In a world undergoing rapid and profound technological transformation, the themes of this Congress could not be more relevant. Multifunctional robots, advanced cybersecurity systems, and increasingly sophisticated virtual assistants are reshaping human interaction, global governance, and the protection of fundamental rights. Understanding these shifts is essential for ensuring that technological progress remains ethical, inclusive, and aligned with human dignity. We wish you all an inspiring and enriching and transformative experience. Be welcome. Well, now I would like to call the first speaker. The first speaker is from India, and the second one is Dr. Elena Guliaeva from Russia. So I would like to invite Dr. Keshav Bardash from India. Be welcome, Dr. Keshav. We are very pleased to have you now, and I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Keshav Bardash from India is a researcher specializing in data privacy, trade secret protection, and emerging technologies. His work examines AI governance, digital rights, and the legal challenges arising from machine generated data flows. He has published and presented internationally on privacy frameworks and the intersection of law and advanced automation. And the topic would be data privacy and trade secrets in the age of intelligent virtual assistants. Well, Dr. Keshav, once again, be welcome. You have 10 minutes for your lecture. The floor is yours. Please check your microphone.
Is it working fine now?
Yes, now it's fine.
All right. Thank you. Good morning to all distinguished professor, respected organizer, and fellow scholar. My warm greeting, especially to Professor Dalton Ribeiro, Brazil, and the academic community of University de Ituana. It is a privilege to join you today at this exceptional Global Congress, and I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on the subject that connect technology, privacy, security, and fundamental right. Data privacy and trade secret in age of intelligent virtual assistant. Virtual assistant have become an invisible part of modern life. They respond to our message, voice, or whichever daily schedule we came. Uh, we learn our habit and integrate seamlessly with the digital world. But behind this convenience, there continuously collect a process of personal and behavioral data that naturally pushes us to consider a serious question: how do we protect privacy and trade secret in a world where machines are always listening, always analyzing, and always connected to the cloud? Global legal framework offer strong guidance. The GDPR 2016, especially Article 5, 6, 7, and 17, require lawful processing, genuine consent, data minimization, and the right to erasure. India's Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 and recently being amended, fully enforced, reinforce similar obligation through Section 4 lawful purpose, Section 7 for consent, and Section 14 for the duty of data fiduciary. Also, the Brazil data protection law from 2018, commonly known as LGPD, imposes principle of necessity, transparency, and security. Although these laws are comprehensive, most users unknowingly agree to broad data collection without realizing how much is recorded. The risk grows when the data leaves the device and moves through cloud servers, third party API, analytics system, and external processors. Each transfer add another potential vulnerability. Real world incident highlight this: the Google Assistant voice recording leak in 2019 and Amazon Alexa accidental recording case in 2018, where the private conversation were misinterpreted and sent to the unintended contact. Court worldwide acknowledged this, as in case of Carpenter versus United States 2018. The US Supreme Court ruled that accessing cell phone location data without warrant violated the privacy expectation, establishing that the digital metadata deserves strong protection. Beyond personal privacy, virtual assistant introduce risk to trade secret and confidential business information. These devices now sit in the remote work environment, meeting room, and even negotiation spaces. They may unintentionally capture internal strategy, client name, financial discussion, or research ideas. International law is clear about this with the TRIPS agreement, Article 39, and also with the like US DTSA 2016 Defend Trade Secret Act provide federal protection against misappropriation, and India laws uses contractual duty of confidentiality under Section 73 of Indian Contract Act 1872. If a device accidentally records or upload confidentially secure data or content, the secrecy required for data protection can be weakened without the organization ever realizing it happened, because it happened accidentally. Um, this is why cybersecurity is not an optional; it is essential. Real protection require strong firewall, end-to-end encryption, intrusion detection system, secure API gateways, multi-factor authentication, and strict access control. Developer using language like Python must follow secure coding standard using encryption libraries such as PyCryptodome, hashing tool like bcrypt, and verified key manage modules. Virtual assistants should rely on local processing wherever possible, and automatically deletes stored recording unless the user chooses otherwise. Technology must adopt privacy by design, not privacy by accident. Around the world, regulators are enforcing the strict standard for that, like the Equitas breach, Equifax breach 2017, through unrelated to the though it's unrelated to the virtual assistant, showed how outdated and poor touching practices can expose the million of individuals. Looking forward to the future, the solution require collaboration across the law, engineering, and institutional policy. Law must remain clear, enforceable, and people centered. Technology must commit to the encryption, authentication, minimization, and transparency. And business must adopt practical rules such as restricting virtual assistant in a confidential meeting, controlling device access, and classifying the sensitive information clearly. In conclusion, virtual assistant offer incredible benefit and efficiency. They help us communicate, plan, and work more efficiently. But the smarter they become, the more carefully we must protect personal data and confidential business information. The future must rest on the strong legal standard, responsible technology design, and unwavering respect for human dignity and organizational confidentiality. Thank you once again to all professor, organizer, and scholars. It is an honor to contribute to the global dialogue, and I look forward to the discussion that will follow. Thank you.
We do thank you very much, Dr. Keshav. Well, now I'm going to call uh, the next lecture. It's Dr. Elena Guliaeva. Dear Professor Dabro Pajalavat, uh, I'm very pleased to have you here, and I'm going to read your curriculum. Well, Dr. Elena Gulyaeva is from Russian Federation, is an associate professor of the Department of International Law of the Diplomatic Academy of the Ministry Foreign Affairs of Russia, member of the Association of Constitutional Justice from Argentina, member of the European Society of International Law, expert of the Academic Council of International Relations of the International Institute of Human Rights for America in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Expert for the Annual Review of International Law, Mexico. Editor of the Russian Journal of Comparative Law, editor of the journal Revista Opinião Jurídica in Brazil, South America, and published more than 150 research works in international law, with the topic Technological Revolution and the Progressive Development of International Law. Well, Dr. Guliaeva, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
My dear friend, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm always very happy and honored to be part of all of the events which you provide, because it's extremely interesting. Right now, also, I invited my postdoctorate students to listen us and also to follow this amazing event which you organized. And we're sending you warm hugs from Moscow and waiting for you here one day when you're going to have this possibility to join us as well for our events. But for the day today, I would love to tell you also that this topic which I choose is extremely important for the international law in general, especially it's related to the principles of international law. And we know that today we are facing to technological challenges and normative vacuums which exist due to the technological progress, especially when we are using artificial intelligence, if we're using robots, if we're going to use the blockchain, and we're talking about problems with cyberspace. And the Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, as well established a system of fundamental principles that has, for more than half a century, served as a structural framework of the international legal order. In the domestic doctrine of international law, the concept of the international legal order traditionally prevailed as a coherent, logically structured, and hierarchically organized system of legal relations. However, it has become increasingly evident that the international legal system remains largely decentralized and only partly organized. The rapid advancement of digital technologies, cyberspace, and biotechnologies give rise to so-called normative vacuums within which the direct application of conventional legal norms and principles, including jus cogens norms of international law, becomes problematic. As one of the Russian academics says, Talia Irulovna Khabrieva observes, contemporary society is ongoing an unprecedented technological transformation unparalleled in human history. During this process, law functions not only as an instrument facilitating the adaptation of economic, administrative, and social systems to new technological realities, but also as an object directly influenced by digitalization. Consequently, the law itself undergoes profound changes in its form, content, mechanism of formation, and modes of operation. Modern technologies, therefore, pose substantial challenges to the classic principles of international law. For instance, the principle of non-interference, Article 2 of the UN Charter, acquires new dimensions in light of practices involving deliberate, direct, or indirect genomic interference with the genetic pool of another state's population. The emergence of the concept of genetic sovereignty underscores the necessity of re-evaluation the international legal substance of this principle and its subsequent doctrinal and normative development. At the current stage of development, technological progress can be regarded as a key catalyst for the formation of new branches of international law. And in this as well situation, we can see the new branches such as the context, both the need and scholarly interest have intensified in defining within legal doctrine and normative frameworks such categories as biosafety, biosecurity law, bylaw, biojurisprudence, as well as in classifying their interrelations. International bylaw is an emerging field of international legal regulation that governs relations arising from advanced in genetics, artificial intelligence, biomedicine, and other branches of neurosciences. Scholars emphasize that bylaw represents a new generation branch of law, whose institutional structure is both cross-sectoral and interdisciplinary. Within this interdisciplinary framework, bioethics plays a particularly significant role. It functions as a social regulator grounded in generally accepted yet non-binding norms of morality and ethics. However, it appears that bioethical principles and mechanisms alone are insufficient to ensure legal order and the protection of human rights in the relevant domains. Consequently, special importance is now attributed to legal regulation as a means of providing enforceable guarantees and normative stability. The concept of biojurisprudence encompasses a broader theoretical and methodological scope than that of bylaw. It is reasonable to concur with the view that the evolution of individual branches and institutions of international law, and particularly of treaty regimes, is not always harmonized, since international law develops concurrently with the social relation it governs, thereby reflecting their inherent complexity and diversity. The regulation of modern biotechnology at the international level is characterized by a complex and fragmented normative landscape. Numerous international legal instruments address this sphere, yet most of them possess a soft law character. And among the most significant contributions in this regard are the declaration developed under the auspices of UNESCO, which articulate principles concerning genetic and biomedical technologies. However, these instruments lack binding force and enforceability mechanisms. As a rule, international declarations do not create formal legal obligations for the state, then adopt them. Rather, their function and legal significance lie in providing ethical and normative orientation throughout guideline principles. Accordingly, such instruments primarily generates political and moral commitments for United Nations member states, encouraging them to respect and incorporate their articulated principles into domestic regulations. Among the key instruments in this domain are the Universal Declaration on the Human Genome and Human Rights, which proclaims the human genome as a common heritage of humanity and condemns practices inconsistent with human dignity. The Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, UNESCO, which affirms the principle of human dignity, human rights, and solidarity, and calls for the establishment of national bioethical committees, and the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Dignity of the Human Being with regard to the application of Biology and Medicine Convention on Human Rights and Biomedicine, which represents the first legally binding international treaty in the field of biomedicine. The concept of human dignity occupies a central position within many international human rights instruments. For instance, Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights proclaims that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. The concept of human dignity and the inherent value of the human person as a constitutive and overarching principle of the international human rights regime is firmly entrenched in a broad corpus of universal and regional legal instruments. It is expressly affirmed in the preamble to the Charter of the UN and the Constitution of the UN Education and Scientific and Cultural Organization, and furthermore elaborated in the principal multilateral human rights treaties. I would like to say that in this situation, we also can see that in the context of rapidly evolving technological challenges, the UN International Law Commission serves as a legal navigator translating the general principles enshrined in the Declaration on Principles of International Law into more specific and adaptable legal framework. And as we see, for today, we already can talk about international cybersecurity law, an example of adapting general principles of international law to a fundamentally new environment. The International Law Commission has affirmed that the fundamental principle of international law, including sovereign equality of states, non-intervention in internal affairs, and the prohibition of the use of force, as well, are fully applicable to the domain of cyberspace. And in 2021, the International Law Commission adopted its final report on the application of international law to cyberspace, which contained draft norms designed to guide states in their conduct in the digital sphere. This work laid the foundation for the progressive formation of customary international law in the area of cybersecurity and demonstrated the International Law Commission's central role in addressing normative vacuums emerging from rapid technological innovation. By summarizing the main findings, the following conclusions may be drawn: that the system of fundamental principles enshrined concerning the friendly relations and cooperation among states continues to perform a foundational and system-forming function within the structure of contemporary public international law. Nevertheless, this system is presently undergoing a profound stress test prompted by the unprecedented pace of technological progress, which generates normative vacuums in such domains as cyberspace, biotechnology, and genetic engineering, and the emergence of international bylaw as a distinct field of regulation illustrates the necessity of integrating, reinterpreting, and adapting classical principles, in particular the principle of non-interference, respect for human rights, and international cooperation to the realities of the digital and biotechnological era. And last, that the UN International Law Commission plays a pivotal role in this adaptive progress, serving as a principal institution mechanism for the progressive development and codification of international law. In this light, the continuous updating and refinement of universally recognized principles of international law, including through the International Law Commission work, may be viewed as a form of legal hygiene essential for preserving the peaceful, cooperative, and effective nature of international legal relations in the 21st century. And I would like to say one more time, thank you very much for the opportunity today to speak about the principle of international law and technological progress revolution, which we live for today. And of course, we cannot stop talking about vacuums and problems we are facing today in the domain of jurisprudence. Thank you so much. I wish you all success to the organizers and to all the participants. And one more time, warm greetings. And Delton Rabina, I would like to say thank you one more time for the invitation to this amazing event. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Elena. The pleasure and honor is all of us to have you as a lecturer in our Congress. And you are our honored guest in our Congresses. Thank you so much and hope to see you very soon.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Juvari Sarkawi from Indonesia. Welcome, Doctor. I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Juvari Sarkawi is an associate professor at Universitas Nadlatul Ulama Surabaya from Indonesia, the president of the International Association of Scholarly Publishers, Editors, and Reviewers, and with the topic AI-based research writing and ethical consideration for the property rights. Once again, Dr. Duvari, be welcome. You have 10 minutes for your lecture, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes. Okay, so actually, this topic has been very influential and also prevailing topic in international conferences, especially for the research. The research. The research institution. So my topic is that AI based writing and ethical consideration for the property rights. You know that artificial intelligence has rapidly transformed the way academic research is conducted, written, and disseminated, like in the journals or research journal publication, and even in proceeding in the international conferences. And therefore, talking about AI research based academic writing and also the ethical considerations will be the most important topic. It is really essential for us, especially in the situation and environment of the university or colleges around the world. So AI based tools, for example, such as language model, grammar checkers, plagiarism detectors, and data analysis software, and automated citation generation help researchers produce high quality scholarly work, and even effectively and efficiently. Remarkable. However, these technologies can assist in tasks such as identifying relevant literature, summarizing large amounts of text, refining academic language, organizing argument, and even transforming citation. And therefore, AI support researchers in positive way in improving productivity, accuracy, and clarity during the writing process. On the other hand, the growing use of AI in research writing also raises important ethical consideration. One major concern involves academic integrity. So over-reliance on AI-generated content may lead to unethical international plagiarism, unintentional plagiarism. So the plagiarism is unintentionally done, in this case, and therefore misrepresentation of knowledge, and finally lack of originality because it is not done by our human thinking and logic. Additionally, beside that, AI tools can sometimes produce inaccurate information, especially if we understand or have digested our own field of science. Like me, for example, in linguistics or language education, then I know there are some, information or statement that is produced by AI not 100% correct, and even biased interpretation because they rely on existing database that may contain misinformation or inequalities. Another ethical issue relates to authorship and accountability. So AI does not possess consciousness, intention, or responsibility. Because of this, then, it cannot be listed as an author or held accountable for the errors or unethical outputs, especially the result of the conclusion of the research that might be adopted as the recommendation or future policies making, for example. So researchers in this case must critically review and revise AE aesthetic writing to ensure accuracy. Proper citation, academic honesty are also very important. Another important thing is that the transparency is also necessity. So scholars or researchers should disclose how AE was used in their research process in accordance with institutional or publisher guidelines. And data privacy and intellectual property and additional ethical concern. Some AI platforms use user inputs which could be unpublished research or confidential data at risk. And this is, in relation to the legal points. Researchers need to evaluate this security and credibility of AI tools before using them for sensitive academic content. So if I conclude, then in order that our property right is credentially legally accepted, logically, and scientifically, AE-based research writing offers significant benefit, yes. Enhancing scholarly communication, yes. Efficiency, yes, of course, and accessibility. Anyhow, it must be used for responsibly and ethically. Researchers should maintain intellectual ownership of their work, ensure proper verification AI-generated result. So after finishing the result using AI, the researchers should also, revise it by using the common knowledge based on the field of science they have already studied and during the PhD or master degree and so on and so forth. That says my short explanation. AI is also good, but it can also be an ethical consideration, and therefore this must be done very ethically using our own brain by confirming our knowledge. Thank you very much. Good evening
You're
from
welcome.
Surabaya.
Ah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Juvari, for your lecture. Always a pleasure to listen the words of Professor Juvari. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, good evening, sir.
Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. I think Vashanti Rina Williams. Dr. Rina, be
Good evening,
welcome.
sir.
And I'm going to read your curriculum. Well, let me see. Okay. Dr. Vashanti Rina Williams is a senior professor in the Department of Management Studies, being recognized for research, administrative roles, and academics, with the topic cybersecurity implications, focus on policy, ethical, and legal considerations for multifunctional robots and virtual assistants in safeguarding fundamental rights. Dr. Vashanti, be welcome. You have 10 minutes for your lecture, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir, and I hope I'm audible. The
Yes, very audible.
Thank you so much, sir, and greetings from India. Now, the primary focus of this address is on cyber physical security and privacy rights, the tension between the need for robust data intensive cybersecurity measures in autonomous systems like multifunctional robots in healthcare or industry, and the fundamental rights to privacy and data protection of the individuals they interact with. I have a few examples which I'm quoting based on which I have prepared this lecture. One is the compromised elder care robots leading to surveillance of physical harm. Secondly, virtual assistants being exploited via zero-day vulnerabilities to capture sensitive conversations. And thirdly, autonomous vehicles whose security flaws are exploited, potentially violating the right to life or bodily integrity. So I have a short real-world story to talk about a robot privacy breach in the case of Sean Kelly, an Australian father who bought a flagship EcoVax robot vacuum, thinking it would offer top notch security for his young family's home. Unknown to him, the robot was vulnerable to remote hacking via the Bluetooth. And this was demonstrated by some security researchers who, by assessing the EcoVax onboard camera from a distance, they got to know about it. It was actually an experiment, and it was a shocking experiment. As Sean made coffee in his office, the robot quietly streamed live photos of him to the researchers' laptops, all without triggering any warning sounds, and even allowed him to play a custom audio message through its speaker. And the hack worked from as far as outside of the building, showing just how easily outsiders could spy into his house and family. And after learning how quickly and silently this trusted device could be used against him, Sean started covering the robot with a dishcloth when he was not using it. So this is a stark reminder of how personal privacy can be threatened by everyday robots when cybersecurity doesn't keep pace with innovation. And multifunctional robots and virtual assistants collect vast amounts of personal and biometric information like faces, voices, and even the way we walk. So, if unprotected, this data is at risk from hackers, rogue employees, and even accidental leaks. So, recent reports show that prompt injection attacks and API vulnerabilities can enable malicious actors to manipulate assistants into giving out private data or performing unauthorized actions. So now coming to the policy responses, the European Union's AI Act as of October 2025, very recently, it prohibits harmful AI practices, manipulation, social scoring, emotion recognition at work or school, and biometric categorization for predicting crimes. High-risk systems like robots handling medical or educational data must follow strict regulations, that is the risk assessment, logging, transparency, and robust human oversight. In India, there's increased use of facial recognition in public monitoring, and this has led to ethical concerns about misidentification, dragnet surveillance, and violation of protesters' right, with some police technology showing an error rate as low as 2%. So ethical consideration is we need to keep up transparency and explainability. Users deserve to know how decisions are made, why data is collected, and who can access it. Data protection and privacy leading to adequate frameworks, these are very critical to prevent unwanted surveillance or misuse, especially with the vulnerable groups like children, patients, and minorities. And as seen in facial recognition systems, bias in algorithmics can lead to wrongful arrests or denial of services, undermining trust and justice. So that also needs to be addressed. So fundamental rights, when you're talking about safeguarding what matters most, the right to privacy is not an optional aspect. It's not an optional factor. AI systems must support it by design, not as an afterthought. International law mandates meaningful human control and oversight to ensure rights like dignity, autonomy, and equality are respected. Tension between security and liberty, over securing, can lead to profiling and stifling dissent, as seen in recent surveillance of protesters. Now, how do we move forward? I put forth that we need to have layered protection. Use robust authentication, encryption at all stages, whether it's storage, whether it's transit, whether it's internal memory, and then continuous monitoring to defend against cyber attacks. And then we also need to have organizations to log and monitor system behavior regularly, regular audits and risk assessments, ensuring prompt reaction to anomalies, and and developers and deployers must understand and comply with the evolving national and international standards for security, privacy, and fundamental rights. So this should be the regulatory compliance. And multi-stakeholder approach should be taken, that is including citizens, civil society, technologists, and policymakers. All these together will help us to create solutions that reflect diverse ethical values. So in conclusion, the road ahead is multifunctional robots and virtual assistants hold enormous promise. It is required, but their value will be measured by how well they uphold the rights and dignity of those they serve. So real world cases, strict legal frameworks, and principled governance are crucial, or else the technology that was meant to make lives easier could become an unexpected threat. So what we need to ponder about is, are we safeguarding what matters most as we race into the future? So what should stakeholders do? For developers, they need to come up with embedded security plus ethics from day one, secure by design, be transparent and auditable. And for policymakers and regulators, they need to update laws to cover emerging tech, clarify liability, mandate cybersecurity standards, and involve the public interest. Keep that in mind. And for users and society, we need to have transparency, accountability, and ask who controls the robot or who controls the assistant. What happens if something goes wrong? That is something that the users and society need to be oriented on. And I rest my case. Thank you so much for the platform to share my views. Thank you so much, and congratulations for this excellent event.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Vashanti Williams, for your lecture.
Yes, sir.
Always very, very nice to hear your lectures and to learn
Thank you,
with
sir.
you. Thank you so
Thank you, sir.
much. Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Ranjana Cordeiro. Dr. Ranjana, be welcome. And I'm going to introduce you for the audience. Well, your curriculum, Dr. Ranjana Ferrão Souza Cordeiro is an associate professor of VM Salga-Ocar College of Law. Hope the pronunciation is correct. And your topic today is about data justice. Well, Dr. Ranjana, be welcome. You have 10 minutes for your lecture, and the floor is yours.
Warm good morning to everyone and good evening to those listening from India. I'm very thankful to be present here at this mega annual World Congress on Multifunctional Robots, Advanced Cybersecurity, Virtual Assistants, and Fundamental Rights. And once again, a pleasure to meet you, Professor Delton Ribeiro. Thank you for inviting me to this Congress. So it's a wonderful experience to meet all my colleagues and friends all around the world. And in fact, even through this medium, as we are sharing information, that's what my topic is about today. We are giving out data all the time. We communicate with people from across the globe through all our digital platforms and through social media. We download applications. We use Google Maps. We register data with government websites for healthcare, education, or other services. We are indulging in giving facts about ourselves, our name, our address, the number of children we have, the educational qualifications, and even our mobile number. The government, in turn, relies on social media giants, phone companies who collect this data and share it. But if we ask with whom, we are not told with whom this data is shared. In this process, we may make or break a link with things or items we wish to do. For example, if I Google a restaurant and I find that the road to the restaurant is busy, I might just avoid going to that place. So what then is this data which is being collected? Data is produced as a byproduct of people, which is used by technological devices and services. And this is driving a shift in the way laws and policies are seen worldwide. The society is now being seen as data informed, as earlier how we were seen as data driven. It may be necessary, it may be inevitable, but the question I raised through my paper is, are we making the rules? In this process, we are compromising our digital rights, and somewhere, slowly but silently, AI is ruling us. What then is datafication? It is the transformation of our lives into data points, the collection and analysis of health data, social media, smartphones, smart city projects, our political preferences, the way in which the individual has become a resource of data is a key factor for today for governments to decide and make decisions. For example, recently, a Google advertising agency showed high paying salaried job advertisements to only males, whereas it did not show the same advertisements to female. If there is a policing AI software, this monitoring software may judge some people to be as habitual offenders by collecting some personal information on their behaviors and the manner in which they behave. In India, MIT Technology Review report found that Uber drivers were experiencing issues with the company's facial recognition system for identity verification, leading to account lockouts due to factors like changing in appearance, poor lighting, or low quality cameras. The system required the drivers to take a live selfie to be captured with a profile photo, and failures resulted in slight changes in features like hairstyle or facial hair, and this resulted in an automated mismatch. AI generated images are raising huge threat to women, particularly by creating deep fakes and the use for immoral illegal purposes. Health insurance are now conducting AI experiments to sell insurance policies with low rates. The same comes with car insurance policies. But an interesting example can be taken from China. China has now created a social credit score for every citizen. This social credit score will decide whether a person has some kind of loan, whether he would like to travel, or whether he would like to avail a service. So the question I again raise is, how can individual data be protected? In all these cases, the question we need to ask is, if an individual exercises self control, will this help prevent the list? In India, the WhatsApp case was an interesting example. WhatsApp has issued a privacy policy update which required users to accept data sharing with Meta or lose the service. In November 2024, the Competition Commission of India
I think the internet traffic it's not quite well, but Dr. Hanjana, well, okay, I can see you. Uh,
Yes, I'm sorry, I think I lost connectivity in between.
no problems. Please continue. You are very audible now.
WhatsApp was found to abusing its dominant position and indulging in an anti-competitive practice. The question again I raise is, can I protect my personal data? What are the response I can obtain to my data? Today, we are all being made data literate. We are made cyber literate. And even if we do not know how to use the website, we have to learn to do how it is. But the question is, where does this data sit? How does it flow? And is this data an asset? And if it is an asset, to whom is it an asset? What is this consequence of datafication of the entire world? All these are allowing researchers now to track people's movements, their activities, their behaviors, and their choices. This sort of will categorize people and will create issues like discrimination, bias, and also injustice. What is data bias? Data bias happens when data is used to train systems like artificial intelligence, and it represents the system incomplete, inaccurate, or unrepresented data, leading to unfair outcomes. Most of the smart gadgets require facial recognition. So sometimes the AI may create a bias against women of darker skins or individuals who are not fitting within the software limits. At times, healthcare systems may create bias by hospitals failing to detect new diseases or sometimes not able to prescribe drugs across all genders. Job recruitment tools may also create bias by taking people based on a particular gender. This also may result in issues like digital exclusion, where certain groups are unable to access the benefits and maybe not able to log on into the digital worlds for education, e governance, or even for banking services. The algorithm may itself discriminate by making automated decisions, and this is a huge risk in today's world. The algorithm may decide what we should buy, how we should avail the service, and often it may do this unintentionally. In the end, I raise the question, what then is data justice? It is how information and communication systems are managed, organized, and managed in the world. India enacted the Data Protection Act in 2023, and this was its effort to protect data and to do data justice. On one hand, we have rules on how personal data can be collected, stored, used, and shared. Organized take consent from individuals before using their data. They give individuals the right to access data, to collect, or to delete their data. India also recognizes the right to be forgotten. It imposes penalties on companies for misuse or fail to secure personal data. But are these legal safeguards enough? Does this ensure data justice? Data justice is way beyond privacy, accountability, fairness, and equality. The Data Protection Act may prevent misuse of data, but it does not fully achieve data justice. It focuses mainly on data privacy and not on broader issues like data bias, digital exclusion, and algorithmic discrimination. So the people's ability to identify and challenge this bias becomes important. The central question will be the concept of data justice, which we are now talking about, must integrate the need to be seen and represented appropriately with the needs for autonomy and integrity. What are the implications of letting people opt out of data collection? Should people, for example, be able to opt out of commercial databases? For example, if like a survey is being conducted, and if a survey is being conducted, then where that data will be used and how it will be used for an administrative purpose. What is good governance prism principle of a big company to use this data in a democratic process? And finally, in a place like India, legal safeguards along with ethical issues will help in governance, digital access, and mechanisms to ensure fairness and accountability in an algorithmic decision making. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And once again, a huge pleasure and honor to be here in the World Congress and meet all my friends and colleagues from the world. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Hanjana. Thank you for your lecture. And it's always very nice to hear Goa from India. Thank you so much.
And I hope to
Well,
see you in Goa, India soon at my college. Looking forward.
yes,
Pleasure.
I would like. I would like. Thank you. Thank you. Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Priyanshu Yadav. Hope my pronunciation is correct. And I'm going to introduce your curriculum vitae. Well, Dr. Yadav, let me find, okay, here. Dr. Priyanshu Yadav is currently pursuing his LLM in intellectual property rights at the Central University of Punjab, Barinda, India. His academic focus lies in the intersection of law, technology, and digital rights, with particular emphasis on cybersecurity and AI governance. He has actively engaged in research on emerging legal challenges in the digital era and their implications for data protection and fundamental rights. And we'll talk about geographical indications and the right to livelihood, a constitutional connection. Well, Dr. Yadav, You have 10 minutes for your lecture, and the floor is yours.
Firstly, I would like to say thank you to the organizing for inviting me and providing me opportunity to discuss this topic. Thank you very much. So the topic for the today's discussion is geographical indication and right to livelihood, a constitutional connection. This theme is increasingly relevant in the era where cultural heritage, rural economy, and global trade intersect in a complex way. So, my lecture today seeks to highlight how GI, when understood through a constitutional and human right lens, can advance economic justice, protect cultural identity, and promote inclusive development across the nation. At international level, the TRIPS agreement under WTO provide foundational framework for GI protection, recognizing that the quality of characteristics of many products are inseparable from their geographical origin. Countries including France, Italy, Japan, Mexico, and India have successfully enacted GI to create a niche market for products like champagne, Darjeeling tea, tequila. These are beyond commercial value. GI serves as a market for cultural identity, traditional knowledge, and historical heritage. They are fundamentally different from other intellectual property rights because they are collectively owned by a community, ensuring that the benefit are shared among the producer of the region rather than concentrated in a single individual or corporation. The social economic importance of GI become evident when we consider their direct impact on livelihood. In many parts of the world, GI product, whether handicraft, textile, regional specific agriculture goods, or traditional food items, are primarily source of income for a small producer, indigenous community, and artisans group. GI recognition often lead to a premium pricing and increase in market demand and the reduction of exploitation by middlemen. Moreover, the community-based nature of GI enable groups to collectively negotiate fair price, maintain quality standard, and preserve traditional practices. In this way, GI protection goes beyond safeguarding product, it safeguards the people and the economic ecosystem they depend upon. When we examine GI through a constitutional perspective, a deeper and more compelling connection emerge. In India, for instance, a right to livelihood recognized as an integral part of our right to life under Article 21 as affirmed by the Supreme Court of India in a landmark judgment of Oliga Tellis. Similarly, protection exists in a global human rights instruments such as Universal Declaration of Human Rights and ICCPR, which guarantee right to work, fair wage, secure economic condition by ensuring that genuine producer and protected from unfair competition and counterfeited good. GI regime reinforce these constitutional and human right commitment. They enable community to engage their traditional occupation with dignity and economic security. Furthermore, the freedom to practice any trade or profession recognizing in India under Article 19(1)(g), which provides various comparative constitutional framework, find meaningful support to GI protection. When markets are flooded with imitation products, genuine artisans and farmers are deprived from not only from the income but also from the ability to continue their trade. GI act as an regulatory shield for them to ensuring not only the authorized product benefit for the reputation associated with the regional product. This strengthen economic freedom and support fair competition. This is also adopted in various jurisdictions around the world, such as Europe, Canada, and South Africa. Geographical indications are also strongly linked with cultural rights. Many GI products are deeply rooted in community tradition, whether it is weaving, pottery, and agriculture practices that span generations. International instruments such as UNESCO Convention for Safeguarding in intangible cultural heritage and United Nations Declaration on the Right of Indigenous People emphasize that the cultural practice must preserve and protect it. GI protection enable communities to maintain cultural continuity by ensuring that their traditional knowledge and craftsmanship are valuable in the global market. It helps them to prevent cultural misappropriation and ensuring that the community retain control over how their heritage is presented and commercialized. Several global examples demonstrate how effective GI protection can uplift local communities. In France, for example, the Champagne region has built a worldwide identity based on the strict GI enforcement, reinsuring sustainability income for wine growers. In Mexico, the protection for tequila has strengthened local average framings and system for preventing foreign misappropriation. In India, for example, South Asia, basmati rice, and illustrated how shared cultural heritage can economically safeguard through coordinated with GI strategies. As basmati rice, the GI is provided for both India and Pakistan, and Darjeeling tea, which is different from other leaves, is also provided GI tag in India. However, despite potential of GI, significant challenge remains. Many producer community lack awareness of their right and capacity to enforce them. Global market continue to see proffering and counterfeiting GI products, especially in online platforms. Small farmers and artisans often struggle to access international market due to lack of infrastructure and bargaining power. Further, GI in global systems such as a strong protection available within the European Union compared to developed or developing nation create an uneven playing field. In last, I would like to conclude by saying geographical indication are far from mere commercial goods. They are the product which are related with a particular geographical area. They are the engines of sustainable development, protector of cultural identity, and guardian of community livelihood. Thank you. And thank you very much to providing me this opportunity to speak before the forum.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Yadav. The pleasure is all of us to have you as a lecturer and hope to count with your participation in our next congresses. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Namaste.
Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Sherwood Shang from China. Dr. Sherwood, be welcome. I'm going to
Hello,
read.
Professor.
Yes, I'm fine.
Yeah,
Thank
nice
you.
to meet you here.
Oh,
Thank you,
it's a
thank you.
pleasure. You're welcome. And I'm
It's my
going to
first
read.
time to meet you face to face.
Oh, yes, very nice. Well, I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Sherwood Shang from China is a partner of HM Law Office, one of the biggest law firms in South China in Guangzhou, China. Uh, Dr. Cheng worked in the legal field for more 25 years and focuses on the fields of international trade and IP. He was awarded one of the top international lawyers in Guangdong province in China in 2017 with the topic China's Evolving AI Legal Framework and its Global Distinctions. Be welcome, Doctor. You have 10 minutes for your lecture. The floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning and maybe good evening. Thank you for having me here. My topic tonight is China evolving AI legal frameworks and its global distinctions. Imagine a world where artificial intelligence isn't just a tool, it for reshaping everything from how we chat with our phones and how governments keep societies running smoothly. But with great power comes great responsibilities. That's the heart of AI regulation. Today, I'd like to take you on a 10-minute journey through the development of AI legal rules in China. We'll keep it straightforward and simple, and I highlight what made China's approach stand out from the rest of the world, like the EU and the USA. By the end, you'll see why China's model is like this high-speed train, fast, focused, and unique Chinese. Let's start with the big pictures. China isn't new to AI. Back in 2017, the government rolled up the new generation's artificial intelligence development plans. It was like a roadmap to make China a global AI superpower by 2030. Think massive investments in tech, aiming to create jobs and boost the economies to trillions in value. But as AI slowed, GPT-style chatbots and deepfakes, the focus shifted from build it fast to build it safe. Regulations kicked into high gear around 2022, and by 2025, they formed a soft framework. It isn't one giant laws, it wears of tacit rules or under the watch eyes of the body like Cyberspace Space Administration of China, or CAC. Fast forward to the key milestone. In 2022, China tackled recommendation algorithms, those niggly system that decide what video and ads pop up on your feed. The administrative provision on algorithms recommendation is a stipulation made companies transparent about how they work and let users pop up and ban anything that spreads negative energies. It's a China words, mean that harm the societies or harm the users. A simple idea keep algorithms from running wild. Then, in 2023, it was a blockbuster years. Earlier than generally, the deep synthetic provisions hit, targeting the face. So AI generated video that can make anyone say or do anything. Provider had to lay synthetic content clearly, use real name registration to prevent fraud, and get proofs for leakage use. No more fooling people with fake celebrities, endorsements, or scams. Later that August, the interim measures for generative AI services came out. the world's first big rule just for tools like images or text generator. They cover everything from data training, must respect IP or privacy to output safeties, mean no hate speech or state bashing. Companies must resist models, run security checks, or ensure AI aligns with core socialist values. It's China's product phrase. And it's get a boost too, with review measures starting December 2023. Make sure AI doesn't mess with the society moral compass. By 2022 and into 2025, think refine, address artificial intelligence laws released in the agenda by the State Council. State Council in China means the government. Think of it as the umbrella law pulling all this together. And just this September 2025, new labeling rules make it mandatory. AI contents get both visual tags like AI made and hidden metadata stamps, normal sneaky synthetics, and more. China's pushing global vibes with a July 2025 action plan for global AI governance, calling for international cooperation on safety and bridging digital device, especially for developing countries. So that's what and when. Now the fun part, how China do it different from abroad. Picture the global AI rule book as 3 flavors. Europe rule book, America's patchwork, and China blueprint. First, Europe. The EU AI app, finalized in 2022, electric school principle, risk-based and comprehensive. It saw AI in buckets. Low risk get a pass. High risk, like facial recognitions in cops' hands, faces heavy audits transparency rules, and based on creepy stuff like social scoring. It's all about protecting human rights, privacy, and democracies. We find up to 7% of global revenues. Universal forward-looking, but critics say it might slow innovation with all that red tapes. China, we are now more like a coast-trained athlete, sector-specific rules that evolve quite quick. No one size fits all yet. Instead, critical hits on generative AI, deepfakes, and algorithms. While the EU bans certain high-risk use upright, China focuses on labeling and content control to prevent misuse without outright prohibitions. And ethnic, EU emphasizes individual rights. China with in socialist values, a nation harmonies, like ensuring AI promotes positive energies, is less about personal freedoms, more about collective goods. Roots in China's governance style. Turn to US. There is a Wild West and no federal AI law. Just state-level patches and executive orders. But in 2023, AI executive orders pushes safety testing for big models, but enforcement lies more guidelines than mandates. States like California tackle bias in hiring AI, but its framework China flips this centralized top-down control from the CAC administration. Provider must fight algorithms, undergo ethics reviews, and toe the line on data securities, tied to broader laws like cybersecurity laws. U.S. innovation thrives on private sector freedom. China government still is with subsidies and plans, branding control with rapid roll-up. The results? China released over 20 generative models by late 2023, closing the tech gaps fast. This difference aren't rhythm. China rule reflects its priorities. Turbocharged economic growth. AI market hitting $60 billion by 2025 by safeguarding stabilities. Abroad, it often reacts. EU on the rise post scandals, US on the competition, China proactive iterated. Just get public inputs. Tweets from experts and firms like Baidu, China Google, Safe Finance. It's pragmatic, not ideological. In closing, China AI regulations show a nation racing ahead, balancing both innovation with ironclad safeguards. DeepSeek, a very famous AI tool, just come out late last year. A homegrown model top global charts in earlier 2025. It proves the model's working. For the world, it's a lesson. Regulation can fuel, not just fetters, progress, but it also sparks debates. The tight control stifle creativities of your trust. That's what I to ponder. Thank you. That's what I introduced to you everyone about China AI laws and regulation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Shark, for your lecture. And I would like to say that that's my first contact with China, with a lawyer from China, and hope that you can continue to participate in our next congresses with a great pleasure.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Well, now continue. I'm going to call. Yo me voy a llamar el doctor Egor Kunetsov. Dabro Pajalavat. And yo me voy a leer su currículum. Muy bien. El doctor Egor Alexandrovich Kunetsov es de la Federación de Rusia, director del Centro de Derecho de Países Iberoamericanos en Facultad de Derecho de la Universidad Estatal de Moscú, Lomonosov, socio en LLC Confianza Rusia, con el tema Inteligencia Artificial en Insolvencia y Reestructuración, triaje automatizado y garantías procesales de acreedores y deudor. Apreciado doctor Ego, bienvenido. Tiene 10 minutos para su charla.
Muchísimas gracias. Antes de todo, quería agradecer al profesor Ribeiro y profesor Jorge Isaac Torres Manrique por la oportunidad de intervenir hoy. Voy a hablar sobre la interacción entre inteligencia artificial, insolvencia y garantías procesales de acreedores y deudores. Hablaré desde la perspectiva de la Federación de Rusia, donde el derecho concursal ya funciona dentro de un ecosistema digital bastante desarrollado. Esto genera de facto formas de triaje automatizado, aunque el legislador aún no las haya regulado detalladamente. En Rusia, la base de todo es la digitalización integral de la información concursal y judicial. Existe archivo unificado de expedientes de los tribunales de arbitraje, servicio cada árbitro. Es la cartoteca electrónica de todos los asuntos conocidos por los tribunales arbitrales. Arbitrales en Rusia significa económicos. Permite consultar en línea cualquier pleito económico, incluido la insolvencia de sociedades o empresarios individuales. A su lado existe el IFRSB, el Registro Federal Unificado de Información sobre la Insolvencia, concentra todos los datos jurídicamente relevantes sobre procedimientos de quiebra y reestructuración y está reconocido en la propia ley de insolvencia como recurso federal de la información. Estos dos recursos no son inteligentes por sí mismos, pero suponen una materia prima perfecta para sistemas de inteligencia artificial. Permiten a jueces, administradores concursales, acreedores, bancos y proveedores de legal tech explotar datos masivos sobre miles de procedimientos. En la práctica ya se utilizan servicios que realizan búsquedas automáticas en estos sistemas por números fiscales o denominación para evaluar la fiabilidad de un deudor potencial, reconstruir su historial litigioso y detectar patrones de comportamiento procesal problemático. El segundo pilar es la administración tributaria, la FNS de Rusia. En los últimos años, la FNS ha desarrollado sistemas de análisis de grandes volúmenes de datos que crean un retrato digital del deudor. El ejemplo más citado es la Squad, el sistema de gestión y administración integral de la deuda, que reúne información sobre activos, pasivos, relaciones del deudor y transacciones a partir de múltiples fuentes públicas y fiscales. Squad no se limita a describir la situación, sino que sugiere el curso de acción más eficaz para el Estado. ¿Qué medida de cobro tiene mayor probabilidad de éxito? Si es razonable proponer un esquema de reestructuración, cuándo tiene sentido iniciar un procedimiento de insolvencia y en qué momento resulta más productivo perseguir responsabilidad subsidiaria frente a administradores o beneficiarios reales. Este enfoque se complementa con sistemas de nueva generación como la AIS, es como NALOC número 4, donde la FNS declara abiertamente que usa inteligencia artificial para monitorizar de manera continua a millones de contribuyentes, detectar desviaciones de la norma y clasificar automáticamente los riesgos. Paralelamente, el legislador impulsa la transparencia de la realización de activos. Se han creado varias vitrinas de los bienes de los deudores que agregan información sobre la venta de activos en procedimientos de insolvencia y la pone a disposición de cualquier persona interesada. Desde la óptica concursal, esto también es una forma de triaje. El sistema ayuda a identificar, clasificar y priorizar activos con mayor liquidez, facilitando su venta o incluso la negociación temprana con potenciales compradores. El tercer bloque de experiencia rusa está en las soluciones privadas y sectorales, sobre todo para administradores concursales y grandes acreedores. Para los administradores existe, por ejemplo, el servicio Refinat AI, una plataforma que automatiza tareas típicas de la administración concursal: recopilación de datos de cada árbitro y del registro de insolvencia, generación de documentos estándar, control de plazos y cada vez más análisis automatizado de informes y transacciones problemáticas. Este tipo de herramientas realizan un primer triaje documental, señalan qué operaciones del deudor pueden ser impugnables, qué acreedores están potencialmente vinculados y dónde hay mayor probabilidad de recuperar activos en beneficio de la masa. En el sector bancario, la práctica es aún más intensiva. Grandes bancos rusos informan públicamente que ya utilizan inteligencia artificial para analizar los informes de los administradores concursales, logrando procesarlos varias veces más rápido que un equipo humano. Para un banco que participa en miles de procedimientos, esto permite clasificar expedientes según el potencial de recuperación, decidir dónde concentrar esfuerzos procesales, en qué asuntos impugnar operaciones o apoyar determinados planos de reestructuración. Además, han surgido plataformas de scoring de contrapartes basadas en inteligencia artificial como Rescore, que integran datos de más de 30 fuentes y calculan un índice de riesgo de quiebra de empresas con función de alerta temprana. En la práctica, estos scores influyen en si se renuevan líneas de crédito, en las condiciones contractuales, en el externo, en la decisión de empujar a un deudor hacia la insolvencia o, por el contrario, ofrecerle una refinanciación estructurada. Por último, en el plan regulatorio y académico se habla ya no solo de Big Data, sino de grandes modelos de lenguaje integrados en el procedimiento concursal. En diferentes grupos jurídicos se destaca el uso experimental de estos modelos para automatización del análisis de documentos en procesos de insolvencia. La tecnología permite proceder grandes volúmenes de escritos, contratos y pruebas, identificar contradicciones y agrupar asuntos por tipología jurídica. Esto crea la base técnica para un asistente casi judicial que prepare el expediente para el juez o para el administrador, señalando cuestiones relevantes y riesgo de abuso. Si observamos todos estos elementos juntos, vemos que en Rusia ya existe un triaje automatizado en insolvencia y reestructuración, distribuido entre varios actores: Servicio Federal de Impuestos, que clasifica deudores y define estrategias con ayuda de programas basados en inteligencia artificial; las plataformas LegalTech, que filtran y ordenan varias cosas; los bancos y grandes acreedores, que priorizan sus actuaciones procesales con ayuda de algoritmos. Sin embargo, desde el punto de vista de las garantías procesales, nos encontramos en una zona de transición. La ley de insolvencia no contiene de momento disposiciones específicas sobre el uso de sistemas de inteligencia artificial en la tramitación de los procedimientos. Esto genera varios desafíos. Primero, las posibles inexactitudes del triaje automatizado. Ni el deudor ni la mayoría de acreedores conocen el funcionamiento interno de sistemas con el uso de inteligencia artificial o de los modelos de scoring que puedan ser utilizados por bancos u otros participantes del mercado. Aquí el posible enfoque no tiene acceso a una explicación jurídicamente estructurada de los criterios utilizados. Segundo es el riesgo de sesgo. Los modelos se entrenan sobre datos históricos en lo que ya pueden estar incorporadas prácticas discriminatorias o sesgos institucionales. Hay riesgo de que determinados sectores, regiones o perfiles del deudor sean sistemáticamente clasificados como menos viables, lo que les cierra en la práctica el acceso a soluciones de reestructuración, aunque sobre el papel el procedimiento concursal sea igual para todos. Tercero, la difusa línea entre apoyo tecnológico y delegación de la decisión. Formalmente, el inspector del Servicio Federal de Impuestos, el administrador concursal o el juez conservan la última palabra. Con todo, si un sistema complejo presenta una recomendación muy marcada, por ejemplo, por la probabilidad de recuperar deuda fuera de la quiebra es mínima, existe una presión técnica y organizativa para seguir lo que dice el sistema, aun cuando la valoración jurídica del caso podrá ser distinta. Los retratos, voy a decir último, el cuarto, los riesgos de protección de datos y ciberseguridad. Aquí hay muchos problemas que hay que guardar todos los datos más seguro que exista ahora. Frente a este escenario, quería ofrecer unas ideas que puedan ser relevantes también para otros países. En primer lugar, la legislación concursal y procesal debería reconocer la existencia de sistemas de recomendación algorítmica, definir su estatus jurídico y establecer que sus resultados tienen carácter estrictamente auxiliar. En segundo lugar, deudores y acreedores deben tener al menos tres facultades: saber si se han utilizado sistemas de IA en la gestión de su caso, acceder a una explicación comprensible de la clasificación o recomendación que les afecta y solicitar una revisión humana cuando consideran que la decisión automatizada infringe sus derechos. En tercer lugar, los sistemas empleados por las autoridades públicas en el ámbito de la insolvencia tendrían que someterse en auditorías periódicas con participación de expertos en derecho, informática y ética para evaluar sesgos, errores sistemáticos y efectos sobre derechos fundamentales. Los mismos sistemas que hoy permiten detectar deudores problemáticas para iniciar acciones de cobro podrían convertirse en mecanismos de alerta temprana que ofrezcan al deudor viable vías simplificadas de reestructuración antes de que la crisis sea irreversible. Este es coherente con la tendencia también en Europa hacia modelos preventivos de reestructuración y más orientados a la segunda oportunidad. En conclusión, la experiencia rusa muestra que el triaje automatizado en insolvencia y reestructuración no es un escenario futuro, sino una realidad que ya opera en la práctica a través de bases de datos judiciales, sistemas tributarios inteligentes, plataformas de legal tech y modelos de riesgo de los acreedores. El reto jurídico consiste en garantizar que esta realidad tecnológica se somete a la lógica del debido proceso, la igualdad de armas y la protección de datos, y no al revés. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Muchísimas gracias, apreciado Dr. Ego Kunetsov. Y mis felicitaciones por su castellano. Habla muy bien. Sí.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. Y nosotros esperamos tener su participación en nuestros próximos eventos con mucho placer.
Sí, muchísimas gracias. Hasta pronto.
Sí. Hasta pronto. Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. The next lecturer is Dr. Kashif Javed from Pakistan. Dr. Kashif, do you hear us? Well, let me check. Maybe he had some internet problems. I'll wait some seconds, a minute, to see if he can return to the virtual room. If not, I'll go to the next lecture, and when Dr. Kashiv returns, I'll give him the opportunity. but at the moment he's not at the virtual room. So I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Mohammed Azimuddin Ghazi from Bangladesh. Be welcome. I'm going to read your curriculum. Uh, well, let me see. Dr. Ghazi is advocate, attorney at law in Bangladesh and the New York State Bar Association. 7 years legal professional experience, writer and researcher in legal field as well as entrepreneur. Strong leadership capability and UO People Alone model on OIC club member, Turkey, and UN volunteering activist and Youth for Human Rights International activist. And he is proud to be Bangladeshi. That's very nice. Well, the topic is fundamental rights randomly breaking through AI moderation and surveillance systems. Well, Dr. Mohammed, you have 10 minutes for your lecture, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you for Dr. George, and as well as six Mega World Congress co-organizer. I'm really pleased to be here to speak out about the topic, which is the fundamental rights matter posing AI posing serious privacy risk uh, by amplifying data collection, interference, and surveillance. And I'm again very pleased to tell this presentation before all of our colleagues, our professor, and other co-organizers. Thank you. Let's start. What is AI? AI is the simulation of human intelligence by machine to perform tasks typically done by people. Artificial intelligence, called AI, is reshaping how all industries work, even with and machine task ordering coming into effect and completely transferring for privacy of individual. Most probably, we also know that artificial intelligence technology are rapidly transferring how data is collected, analyzed, and utilized. But this evolution comes with profound privacy implication by automatic and scaling data collection, enabling powerful interference capability, and integrating with surveillance services. AI amplifying existing threats to personal privacy. It's really a break of fundamental rights. Because of that, without my consent, every and each part of the online platform asking to visit their necessity things, also the necessity fundamental right that our shopping, our fooding, our roaming, our outing, every place we are go through the Google. But whenever we are going to enter into a website, that time they are asking to the cookies acceptance. So we see there one kinds of example. AI amplifying existing threat to personal privacy from facial recognition and predicting profile to real-time tracking and behavioral analysis. AI system can introduce into intimate aspects of individual life, often without their knowledge or consent. Understanding this risk is essential for developing ethical framework and legal safeguards that protect fundamental rights in the age of intellectual machine learning. And what is the key privacy risk from AI? First example we can make the massive data harvesting. AI systems often require vast data sets, which may include personal or sensitive information. This increases the risk of unauthorized access or misuse of individual rights, interference, and identities as well as traits. AI can deduce private details like health status, political beliefs, or location, even from anonymous data also here. Surveillance and tracking, AI powered facial recognition, biometric analysis, and behavioral tracking, often used without consent in public and private sector. Moreover, the decision making AI system used in hiring, lending, or law enforcement may make decisions based on personal data with little transparency or accountability. Let's try to recognize or categorize the information to get a better understanding. Predictive policy. AI is used to predict where crimes are likely to be occurred, helping law enforcement allocation resources most effectively. But how is this is going to happen? Because of that, this information already have been taken by the AI. Another example, forensic analysis. AI is used in analyzing evidence such as DNA, fingerprint, and political view, and moreover quickly and accurately because of how this data is leaking everyday work. Identifying and surveillance. AI is used for facial recognition, voice recognition, and other forms of identification, as well as in surveillance systems. Legal research and case management. Where is, we can say that, where is not AI are using? Everywhere from top to bottom, A to Z perspectives we are binding before the AI. And ethical and legal consideration should be measured to handling this type of privacy to be measured or litigate before leaking, such as a strong data protection law. Regulation like the Personal Data Protection Ordinance 2025 of the Bangladesh government has been taken initiative in very recently after the privacy is threatening everywhere through the smartphone, because we are going through searching over in Google, Opera Mini, or Firefox. Everywhere I am bound to give them without my concentration. They are taking all type of data from myself. And on the other hand, EU, European Union, General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, also another milestone legislature that has been the European Parliament made for protect the privacy of a human being. On the other hand, the California Consumer Privacy Act, CCPA, aim to give individuals more control over their data. But enforcement and global research remain challenges there. On the other hand, AI ethics and governance. Organizations are increasingly adopting ethical AI framework that prioritize privacy, fairness, and accountability. But actually, how this can be implemented, there have a lot of challenges. There have a lot of questions. On the other hand, privacy preserving AI. Techniques like federation learning, online learning, difference privacy, or homomorphic encyclopedia allow AI to learn from data without exposing any binding, and transparency and also the consent. This is really nowadays from the AI technology, it's really a bullshit. Because of that, without any transparency and consent, no need. Because whenever I am going through anything to asking through the AI, that directly collecting my data, that directly collecting my information. So this is really should be a transparent and also should be accountable. And possible future possibility and recommendation. AI can be arbitrary, like that the privacy leakage or identity leakage like Gaza genocide. There would be a universal guideline, because that has been happened. The whole world has been seen that Gaza people has been killed by AI intelligence, which was the identified their privacy, that was violated the human rights in the universal human right rule and regulation by the United Nations. And AI justice. Nowadays, small causes, some things are happening, arbitration or anything like can ask through the AI assistant. That would be another thing, that every information are coming from the website. And emotion detection and testimonies also should be measuring for possible recommendation. Blockchain for secure evidence tracking. Blockchain is a key pivot to protect privacy, and as well as AI power legal framework should be implemented also there. And lastly, the sum up of this lecture, the real issue is that just AI, it's how we associate, choose to develop it. AI can be a tool for empower and control. The key is ensuring the privacy is not sacrificed in the name of progress. In Bangladesh and other developing nations, as well as the world, are adopting is rising, especially in finance, education, and governance through the AI system. However, privacy protection often lag behind. Strengthening local data laws and educating users about digital right to essential to ensure AI benefit don't come to cost of personal freedom or breach of personal right. Moreover, AI not reshaping or replacing the human. It's enhancing the necessary beside concern for privacy. With thoughtful design and ethical safeguard, AI can make human privacy more accessible, efficient, and fair for all. And thank you for Professor and all of my colleagues patiently hear my speech. I'm really great and pleased to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghazi, for your lecture. Always a great pleasure to hear you and to learn with you too. Thank you so much.
Have a nice day.
Okay, so the next lecture, it's Dr. Kashif Javed from Pakistan. Be welcome, Dr. Kashif. I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Kashif Javed is an associate professor of law with a focus on the ethical and the legal implications of advanced technologies. His work explores the intersection of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and human rights, aiming to develop governance frameworks for responsible innovation. He has published extensively and in international journals. I advised governmental bodies on tech policy and led research projects on AI ethics with the topic safeguarding fundamental rights in the age of multifunctional robots and pervasive AI. Dr. Kashif, be welcome. You have 10 minutes for your lecture, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor, and thank you once again for letting me in this World Congress. I'm sorry because some network problems. I was not able to take my time on my time that was already planned, but due to network it was so. So today, and thank you also for detailed information about me, like detailed introduction. Thank you so much for that as well. So my topic is safeguarding the fundamental rights in the age of multifunctional robots and pervasive AI. As I have heard many professors discussed artificial intelligence in detail, and despite going in details, I will just start from that. As we know that we are interacting with AI on each day, and these systems are making decisions that affect our opportunities, our privacy, and our access to services. So the question of right is no longer an abstract, it's urgent because AI is no longer a tool. It's an environment, it's our phones as recommendation algorithms, our homes as smart assistants, and our workplaces as automation hiring tools, and our public spaces as facial recognition. And by now, AI has beyond single task machines because multifunctional robots can learn, adopt, and perform wide range of tasks from caregiving and surgery to logistics and companionship. So they are moving from factories into our daily lives. So the central question arises that as these technologies become embedded in our social fabric, how do we ensure that they protect and enhance rather than erode our fundamental human rights? So when we talk about fundamental rights, we mean we are protecting the bedrocks of human dignity, like the rights to control one's personal information, the right to be free and from bias and unfair treatment, the right to seek, receive, and impart information, and the right to participate in society without undue surveillance, the right to make one's own choices and not be subject to automated manipulation, and the right to challenge decisions made about ourselves. So the right, adding to it, the right to fair working conditions and not to be exploited by automated system is also an important thing, like an important right. But we are facing challenges and threats. These threats, the first one is the pervasive data collection, like multifunctional robots in homes and public spaces are data collection engines, absorbing intimate details about our behaviors, conversation, and preferences. And the second threat is predictive surveillance, like AI can analyze this data to predict future behavior, creating a pre-crime or targeted advertising scenarios that chase free expression. And the other threat is function creep. Data collected from one benign purpose, like optimizing home energy, is later used for another, like insurance assessment. So, a robot caregiver that monitors a patient's health is wonderful, but what happens when the health data is sold or used to deny them life insurance? So, the very devices designed to help us can become the most intimate spies as well. And if we talk problems, the bias problem, like decodifying and amplifying discrimination, is the main problem. The garbage in will not be the gospel out, it will be garbage out. So biased data, like the AI trained on historical data that reflects societal prejudices, for example, in hiring, policing, and lending. Uh, Biased algorithms that flawed model designs or objectives can perpetuate and even amplify these biases. Similarly, discriminating against women or ethnic minorities over policing minority neighborhoods, and denying credits to qualified applicants from certain zip codes. So we can say that AI doesn't have to be malicious to be indiscriminatory. Discriminatory. It simply automates and scales the biases that already exist in our work. So an unfair human can make a few bad decisions a day, but an unfair AI can make millions of decisions on a daily basis. The black box dilemma is also a big thing, that accountability and the right to explanation. How do we challenge a decision we can't understand? And the black box problem, many complex AI systems, especially deep learning and other like the Chat GPT and Gemini and all the other models, LLM models are opaque. It's difficult or impossible to understand why they reach a specific decision. So there will be certain conflicts with fundamental rights, like if we talk about right to a fair trial, how can we defend something against evidence generated by a system and that we cannot cross-examine? Similarly, if we talk about due process, if an AI denies a loan, a job, or a parole or a hearing, do we have a right for a clear explanation? And if we talk about accountability gap, like who will be the responsible when a multifunctional robot causes harm? The programmer, the manufacturer, or the owner? Because the subjectivity issue is not solved yet. So we can say that imagine being a mortgage, we can ask why, and the bank says the algorithm said no. So this is an unexpectable abdication of responsibility. For rights to be meaningful, we need explainability and a clear chain of accountability. And the another thing is autonomy and manipulation, like the threat to free will, shaped and manipulated thing. AI can craft messages, news, and advertisements tailored to exploit individuals' psychological vulnerabilities. And we can notice it in previous, the war zones and or many other things, that even in a leading newspaper a couple of days ago in Pakistan, a news was created by artificial intelligence, and because of just maybe they didn't put much extension to it, and that was printed out without any reading it, and all the material that was produced was printed accordingly. So if no person will be in the loop, there will be blunders like this, that are leading newspaper is printing fake news that is created by the artificial intelligence models. So there will be threats to political freedom, because this can be used for micro-targeted political propaganda, undermining informed democratic consent. There will be a region of autonomy as well, that when our choices are subtle, guided by algorithms we didn't choose and can't see, our personal autonomy is dismissed, and this is direct challenge to human dignity as well. So this isn't just about selling our products, it's about shaping our beliefs, our political views, and our identities. So the fundamental right to form our own opinion is under threat from these systems designed to optimize for our attention, not our well-being. So the future of work, if we talk about the economic rights and robot labor, the right to work is an automated work. So there will be mass displacement, like AI and robots can automate not just manual tasks but cognitive ones, so leading to large-scale job disruptions. There will be threats to workers' rights as well, like algorithm management, surveillance, and automated performances scoring by AI bosses. And there will be exploiting scheduling, like AI creating unpredictable and unsustainable work schedules. De-skilling and loss of agency will be fine, like workers becoming mere servants to automated systems. And the big question is, if robots produce most of the goods and services, how do we ensure the right to a standard of living, including the right to work? So we must move beyond the fear of job loss and ask deeper questions about the meaning of work, distribution of wealth, and the dignity that comes from contribution. This may require rethinking social contexts and exploring ideas like universal basic income. So, uh, the physical dimension, that about safety, security, and lethal autonomous weapons, we can say that a robot in a home or hospital must be fail safe. A malfunction can cause direct physical harm, like a killer robots system that can select and engage targets without meaningful human control. So the most basic right is violated if a machine can arbitrarily decide to take a human life. Similarly, delegating life and death decision to algorithms crosses a moral and ethical red line for many. So this is the starkest and terrifying frontier. The prospect of machines making kill and list decisions is a threat to global security and fundamental violation of international humanitarian law and the right to life. What is the path forward? The principles for ethical governance, like building a human-centric framework, uh, human-centric and human oversight. Like AI must serve humanity, and human must remain ultimately in control, like human in the loop. And proactive testing and auditing for bias throughout the AF lifecycle must be there, and the right to meaningful explanations for automated decisions must be preserved. Data minimization, purpose limitation, and strong consent mechanism must be built, and the system must be resilient against errors, manipulation, and attacks. Similarly, clear legal liability and mechanism for challenging AI decisions must be there, and they must be translated from like the principles that are at this time. They must not be just the principles; they must be concrete technical standards that meets the legal requirements. So we can say that the approach must be in this way, that there must be robust regulation and laws. There will be technical solutions, like the design must meet the ethical s- like all the ethical principles. There must be corporate accountability about internal ethics board, the transparency reports, and ethical design charters. And most of all, public literacy and empowerment must be there as well. Education on how AI work and its implications, support for civil society to act as a watchdog, is of prime importance. So no single group can solve this. Like it requires lawmakers setting the rules, engineers building the responsibility models, and companies acting ethically, not just to grab the money and hoarding the money more and more. And an informed public holding everyone accountable must be also there. So, concluding, I would like to say that the convergence of pervasive AI and multifunctional robots presents unprecedented challenges to privacy, quality, and accountability, and also autonomy. So, we stand at a crossroads between a future of automated operations and a future of empowered humanity. The shape of this future is not a matter of technological inevitability, it's a matter of political will, ethical courage, and public engagement. We must choose to build a world where technology is a guardian of our rights, not their grave digger. Hence, the technology itself is neutral. It's a mirror reflecting our own values. Let's ensure that this new age we see reflected back to us at a commitment to justice, dignity, and enduring powers of human rights. And most of all, I think that the subjectivity issue must be resolved as soon as it is possible. All the stakeholders, especially the different countries who are like the China, the European Union, the Australia, American, China, the even the subcontinent, and all people, they must engage in this dialogue and know there must be a solution of these questions. The question as to subjectivity of artificial intelligence, and the questions of to the legal and ethical fundamental rights are reshaped rights that are necessary in this age of the artificial intelligence.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kashif Haved, for your speech. And we count with your participation in our next congresses. It's always very important. Thank you
Thank you
so
so much,
much.
Professor. Thank you so much.
Well, uh, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Faiz Ayat Ansari. Welcome, Doctor. I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Ayat Ansari is Assistant Professor of Law, Senior Scale at KIIT School of Law, Bhubaneswar, a PhD scholar at National Law School of India University, Bengaluru, and an internationally acclaimed constitution law expert with LLM from Gujarat National Law University, authoring 5 books, editing 17, including 7 in Spanish and Portuguese, and recipient of the 2024 Best Constitutional Law Faculty Award, South Asia, under 32 years of age, from Peru's Preeminencia Justicia, with the topic AI-driven virtual assistants and the Federalist Challenge, balancing centralized algorithmic governance with decentralized fundamental rights protection in India's cooperative federalism framework. Well, Doctor, you have 10 minutes for your speech. Be welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dilton. Thank you so much. Really good to see you. So, a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the people present in the audience. So, I'm really pleased actually to be a part of such an August conference. So, I'm really grateful to the organizers for having me here. Now, as far as my topic is concerned, my chief focus, as far as the discussion is concerned, will be on three aspects. As you can see in my topic itself, I basically deal with the aspect of AI virtual assistants. Secondly, what I deal with is the issue as far as the fundamental rights is concerned. And thirdly, which I deal with, is the subject matter of federalism. Of course, and this is in particular reference to the jurisdiction of India. So, first of all, when we talk about AI assistants, there are a number of AI assistants which are available across the world. Many are available free of cost. Many are available with some amount of charges which are required to be paid by the user. So we've got Siri, we've got Google Assistants, and many others as well. So basically, as far as all these AI assistants are concerned, mostly they are required to comply in a federal country, okay, specifically like a country like India. So mostly all these platforms are required to comply with the federal laws, with the central laws. So if I take the example of India, there is something called very recently it has been notified, and the rules have also come as far as the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. So this is the Indian law. It is, I mean, somewhat similar to the GDPR regulations as far as European Union is concerned, although there are a few differences as well, of course. Now, this is a law made by the union. This is a law made by the central government, by the parliament in India. Now, this is the most important compliance law as far as the AI assistants or the data fiduciaries are concerned. What are data fiduciaries? Basically, the users who entrust certain third parties to keep their data. So, for example, a Google is a data fiduciary when used that way. For example, YouTube may be a data fiduciary when used that way, whereby certain data is getting saved by that particular organization, by that particular company. All right. So these data fiduciaries are required to comply with the central laws. Now, what's the next point which I want to discuss? The next point is that at the end of the day, data is all about privacy, and privacy is all about fundamental rights. All right. So there's an interesting mix up of all these things which happen. Now, when we talk about fundamental rights and when we talk about privacy, it is in today's day and age of AI, it is almost impossible to imagine that any right to privacy would exist without the compliance of AI. Okay, so if AI is violating your privacy, I mean, it doesn't stand a chance to be upheld in other walks of life. All right, so AI has become so important, and it will become further even more important that if anything, it is the AI is the first thing which needs to be taken care of as far as protecting anyone's right to privacy is concerned. So, why do I make that point? Specifically in the Indian scenario, specifically in general, this applies to various federal countries across the world. More often than not, the upholding of law and order is more a job, more a requirement which is required to be carried out by the local governments, by the regional governments. In India, we have got the state governments. So, if we have in India, we've got the framework of Schedule 7 of the Constitution, which lays down, which demarcates the different responsibilities and lawmaking powers of different sets of governments, whereby largely the maintenance of law and order, law enforcement, the police, all these are largely subject matters of the state list of the state governments. Now, imagine a scenario whereby the compliance is only required of these data fiduciaries. They are only required to comply with the laws made by the union. But at the same time, law enforcement in particular is more a responsibility at the ground level of the state government and not the union or the federal government. This creates a kind of a complex situation as far as the implementation of data violation by any of the AI assistants is concerned. Okay, and in general, AI is concerned. So, which particular set of government would then be liable, would then take the responsibility, and would have to act accordingly as far as data violation through the AI assistant is concerned? That's a big question. It is already a big question. It will get further magnified in the days to come with the enormous growth of artificial intelligence, because we know that it is here to stay. So, this is a very, very important triggering point. This should actually trigger the researchers across the world, people in the legal fraternity, people in the technological fraternity, to come together, discuss, collaborate, and think of nuanced and robust mechanisms which may be developed over a period of time to ensure that these issues pertaining to system of governance do not overwhelm the entire application of safeguards to fundamental rights, including right to privacy, and including the possibility of violation of right to privacy through the use of AI assistants. So this is something virtual assistant. So this is something really fascinating, and I believe the researchers and people across the world need to think on those lines, and the governments need to be very proactive in this regard and facilitate the usage of AI in a responsible manner, which will not only be helpful to the society at large, but even the individual interests, like the privacy of the persons, that would also be honored in a rightful manner. So that is, by and large, it. I will leave it at that. And I'm again extremely thankful to the all the organizers of this esteemed sixth annual World Mega Congress. And in particular, I am extremely thankful to Professor Dr. Jorge and Professor Dr. Dilton Ribeiro, Brazil, for inviting me and giving me the time to share my views on such an interesting topic, which is very, very contemporary in nature. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Dr. Ayat Ansari, and it's always a pleasure to listen you and to learn with your lectures. And we count with you for our next congresses because you are our special guest. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Namaste. Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Shayuja Vasudeva. Be welcome, doctor. I'm going to read your curriculum. I will read in short because your curriculum is very big, very prestigious professor. So I see Dr. Vasudeva is an associate professor from the Department of Political Science, uh, Shahid Captain Vikram Batra Government College, Palampur, District, Kangra, Himachal Pradesh, India. Hope my pronunciation was not too bad. With the topic Minority Rights, Legal Protections, and Social Realities. Dear Dr. Vasudeva, you have 10 minutes for your lecture, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Delton and Professor George, for inviting me here as a resource person. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing this wonderful opportunity with me. And yes, your pronunciation is absolutely perfect. Thank you. My topic is minority rights, legal protection, and social reality. The foundation. What are minority rights? If we talk about the core protection rights that safeguards individuals and groups based on ethnicity, religion, language, or culture from discrimination and persecution, and key principles are non-discrimination, equality before the law, cultural preservation, and meaningful participation in public life and governance. If we talk about the legal foundation defined by UN frameworks, including the 1992 Declaration of the Rights of Minorities and ICCPR Article 27. Four pillars for minority rights protection. First one is protection of existence, safeguarding minorities from violence, genocide, ethnic cleansing, and other threats to their physical security and survival. Second one is promotion of identify, preserving and celebrating distinct languages, religions, cultural practices, and traditions that defines minority communities. Third one is equality and non-discrimination, ensuring equal access to rights, public services, education, healthcare, and employment without prejudice or bias. Fourth one is effective participation, meaningful inclusion in political processes, social decision making, and economic opportunities that shape their communities. These are the most important four pillars of minority rights protection. So, global solidarity in action. Minority communities worldwide unite in the pursuit of recognition, justice, and equal rights for transforming legal principles into movements for change. We talk about the legal instruments and international framework. A robust architecture of international law protects minority rights through implementation varies significantly across nations. In 1965, International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination establishes fundamental anti-discrimination norms. In 1966, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights protects the culture, religious, and linguistic rights of minorities. In 1992, Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National, Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities adopted. In 1995, Council of Europe's Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities enters into force. So, realities on the ground, persistent challenges, the implementation gap. Despite comprehensive legal framework, minorities worldwide continue to face systematic discrimination, marginalization, and exclusion from mainstream society. Indigenous people struggle for recognition of ancestral land rights. Ethnic minorities denied meaningful political participation. Institutional racism embedded in housing, education, and justice system. So, I will present the case people and cultural survival, legal recognition, the 2007 UN Declaration of the Right of Indigenous People advances self-determination, cultural protection and land rights. Ongoing struggles despite international framework, indigenous groups face land disposition, forced displacement, and social inclusion. So, the role of state and international bodies. State responsibility. Governments must enact protecting laws, develop inclusive policies, ensure effective enforcement mechanism, and hold volunteers accountable. UN oversight, the special rapporteur on minority issues promotes dialogues, minorities, monitors abuses, and coordinate global efforts through dedicated networks. Corporate accountability. Business increasingly urge to respect minority rights in their operation, supply chains, and community engagement and practices. So, progress and hope for success stories. While challenges persist, significant advances demonstrate that change is possible through sustained commitment and action. Legislative pioneers, Belgium and Hungary led minority language rights reforms since the 19th century, establishing models for cultural protection. Political representations increased minority participation in parliament and local governments worldwide, strengthening democratic governance. Grassroots movements, NGOs, and civil society organizations foster intercultural dialogues, combat hate crimes and build bridges between communities. Digital amplification, online platforms enable minority voices to reach global audiences, preserving cultural expression and building solidarity. So, it's my conclusion: protecting minority rights is not just a legal obligation, for it is essential for peace, democracy, and human dignity in our interconnected world. Everyone has a role. Government must legislate and enforce, civil society must advocate and monitor, business must operate ethically, and individuals must challenge prejudice, embrace diversity, and strengthen for commit to equality, respect, and participation for all. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening me.
You're welcome, Dr. Vasudeva, and we are very pleased to hear your lecture, and we count with your participation in our next congresses with a great honor. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste.
Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Yulia Karitanova. I think the pronunciation is correct. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Dabro Pajaravat. And I'm going to read your curriculum. Well, Dr. Yulia Karitanova is Doctor of Science, Law, Professor of Legal Science, Professor of Business Law Department, Law Faculty of Moscow State University, the head of the Research and Education Center, Center for Legal Studies of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Economy at Moscow State University, with the topic Virtual Agent as a Function of an Online Platform. Dear Dr. Yulia, you have 10 minutes for your lecture, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And let me start, if it's okay with my connection. Um, I'd like to say, first of all, thank you to our colleagues. Let me be in this important event, and following up to other colleagues from different countries, including Russia, have already said, I will share my position on controversial issues of the use of artificial intelligence in the cognitive and predictive field in business. My topic is virtual agent as a function of an online platform. Of course, I mean the legal perspective, but today actually there is no unity in understanding the term virtual agent. Sometimes we write or can listen to electronic agent or software agent, an AI agent. For this presentation, it looks like the same. Of course, we can find some differences, but it's not so important for discussing this part of the topic, I suppose. AI agents are intelligent systems capable of independently integrating with the environment in various ways, making decisions and performing actions without constant human control. Unlike conversational generative AI, which only responds to requests, AI agents, software agents, try to be more autonomous, and they could plan and perform a set of tasks themselves, and they need self-study, and it's better for them, for this kind of agents. And also AI agents can be integrated with external systems. And he was speaking about legal regulation in this sphere. AI around the world and in Russia is in its infancy. There is no direct special legal regulation on AI agents. I mean, at the same time, to some extent, they act on the United Nations organization, like UNCITRAL, like another commissions, and the United States and the European Union legislators address the acts of the using virtual agents just in teeny points, really. The law of the protection of citizens' rights from collectors in Russia states that an automated intelligent agent is the software that uses speech generation and recognition system to support conversation scenarios defined by the creditor and the creditor's representative with the debtor or a third party, depending on the contact of the debtor's representative to the debtor or a third party, transmitting their public communication networks or using websites and pages of websites in the internet, information system, and programs uh, electronic electronic computers designed and used for receiving, transmitting, delivering, and processing electronic message from internet users. And that's all for now, as I understand it. However, some AI agents already indirectly fall under the existing rules of general regulation, which also applies to these issues. For example, the use and processing of legally protected secrets like commercial, medical, etc., and collecting and processing of personal and biometric data. However, there is a discussion on the literature, on scientific legal literature, about a possible legal approach to cognitive states of software agents, AI agents, and the analysis of the legal consequences. The following approach have developed in the scientific literature to determine the legal nature of electronic agents. First of all, an electronic agent is a piece of equipment under the control of the owned and therefore is an object of civil rights. Secondly, an electronic agent is a cyber representative who performs legal actions on behalf of its owner. And finally, we have the third position. An electronic agent with elements of artificial intelligence should be recognized as a legal entity. But I have an idea that it's impossible. And AI agent is a function of the platform. Let's see. Also, it's necessary to mark that in Russia we have a new legal act about platforms, digital platforms. First of all, it's about marketplace, but not only this type of platforms. And in this perspective, we can say the following. To address the attribution of personality, we need to distinguish three normative positions. First of all, the ability to have one's own legal positions. For example, the ability to have rights and duties of one's own. the ability to produce throughout one's intentional actions, rights, and obligations on one's head. And the third position, the ability to produce throughout one's intentional actions, rights, and obligation to the head of another. Only the first two positions characterize legal personality, broadly understood. The third one depends from the others. Having legal personality doesn't entail that one is able to be in another. These usually presuppose a delegation by the consent person or a different specific legal ground. We have a concept of the delegation of cognitive tasks, and it means that users legally delegate certain cognitive tasks to software agents as a tool that perform cognitive process on their behalf, and that legal responsibility for the outcomes of these tasks lies with the user, not the agent itself. The delegation is intentional and communicated to potential counterparty, making the user accountable for the legal effects of the agent's actions, even if the user doesn't specifically intend every individual action taken by the agent. Unlike agents different from the users, demanding a distinct legal framework. The legal recognition of this delegation reflects involving changes in tort liability, contract, and personality law, requiring new conceptual and regulatory approach to address artificial cognition performed directly to artifacts. In essence, the law uses as adopting software agents as cognitive proxies, bearing full responsibility for the legal consequence of their automated actions, while acknowledging the unique cognitive nature of this system and the practical need for legal frameworks that address these delegation activities. And to sum up my idea, my position, I'd like to say that we can say that artificial intelligence or this kind of agents could be personal, but this, regardless of whether software agents can be viewed as the address of legal norms throughout not having rights and duties on their own, it makes sense to speak of normative software agents and design this kind of agents having the cognitive competence for adopting and complying with norms in the legislation. For Russia, it's very important discussion, but I suppose it's fruitful also for me, as I understand. And in conclusion, I would like to thank our organizer, Professor John and Professor Delton, for an excellent platform for discussing current issues. And I would like to say to all participants of the session, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Dr. Yulia Karitanova. Thank you for your lecture. We have many issues of researching in common. And also in Brazil, we are discussing the AI regulation. Very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Ms. Akansha Madhav. Be welcome. and I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Madan is an assistant professor at Reva University, Bengaluru, and is currently pursuing her PhD in intellectual property rights. She has presented and delivered talks at various international conferences on equitable technology transfer and digital governance. Her research focuses on the intersection of AI innovation, geographical indications, and fundamental rights within contemporary legal frameworks, with the topic intellectual property in the age of intelligent machines, balancing innovation, autonomy, and fundamental rights. Dr. Madame, you have 10 minutes for your lecture, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you for inviting me again at this prestigious platform. So, without wasting any time, I'll start with my topic. So, well, it's an honor to speak on a theme that lies at the intersection of law, technology, innovation, and democratic values, which is intellectual property in the age of intelligent machines. Well, over the next several minutes, I'll sketch the global landscape, illustrate the issues with real legal examples, reflect on India's position, and show how innovation, autonomy, and fundamental right must guide the way forward. Well, we all live in a time where generative system can compose music, design molecule, draft legal memos, create art, and even propose complex engineering solution. These systems expand human innovation but also challenge established idea of human autonomy and raise new tension for fundamental rights. Well, when a machine independently generates a creative work or an inventive idea, we must ask certain questions such as who truly contributed, who owns the result, and how do we protect individual right while promoting technological progress. Talking about copyright, copyright was built on an assumption that creativity is a human act, a reflection of human autonomy and expressive freedom. But when an AI system generates a poem or a code or any traditional doctrine struggles, the US Copyright Office 2023 and 2024 guidance emphasizes that only the human authored portion of an AI assisted work are protectable and applicants must disclose the extent of AI involvement. The EU's AI Act imposes transparency rules for generative model, reinforcing the idea that people, not the algorithm, remain the center of authorship. Talking about India, in India we have Copyright Act of 1957, which does not recognize AI authorship. And earlier registrations naming AI system have been withdrawn, affirming that authorship rests in human creativity and human autonomy, not machine output, as per section number 2D of Indian Copyright Act. While training data dispute further reveals the clash between innovation and right. Authors and artists worldwide have sued AI developers for using copyrighted books or art books without permission. In United States courts, actually the US courts are wrestling with whether large scale data set scraplings fall within the fair use, or the EU Digital Single Market Directive allows text and data mining, but it gives creators the right to opt out. Talking about India, in Section 52 of Copyright Act, which contains research exception, but they were never designed for industrial scale machine learning. Here, innovation competes directly without autonomy and rights. Creators control over their expression versus society need for access and technological advancement. On the other hand, patent raises a different question, the meaning of invention itself. The Dabis litigation rejected by courts and patent offices in UK, the EPO and the US stands for the principle that inventorship requires human intelligent effort, yet AI systems are already generating chemical structures, engineering solution, and drug candidates. India's Patent Act, which require the inventor to be actual devicer, implicitly protects the link between human autonomy and inventive creativity. But without updated disclosure rules, we risk both undermining human credit and obscuring AI's growing role in innovation. The challenge is to reward human creativity while acknowledging the new hybrid reality of human machine collaboration. At the heart of this discussion lies fundamental right. Intellectual property rules affect access to information, which is covered under Article number 19 and Article 21 of Indian Constitution, and cultural participation. If artificial intelligence models are trained on a personal data or copyrighted work without guardrail, privacy and dignity may be compromised. If IP rights become too rigid, freedom of expression and the right to education may suffer. If automated systems generate defamatory or biased content, accountability will definitely going to become unclear. We live in a democratic society which must strike a balance, protecting creative labor on one hand and personal autonomy on other hand, without inhibiting the public's right to knowledge and innovation. Well, globally, the picture remains fragmented. The European Union adopts strict transparency and rights protecting rules. Japan is permitting broad text and data mining to support innovation. The US relying heavily on fair use jurisprudence and agency guidance, whereas China has integrated IP control with cybersecurity and data governance. Talking about India, India is playing a very pivotal role at this moment when it comes to AI. With its vibrant startup economic system, huge creator community, and multilingual content landscape, India must design IP rules that support innovation while safeguarding autonomy and fundamental rights. Policy discussion under India AI and MetaY already acknowledge the need for clearer rules on authorship, dataset transparency, and accountability. Well, India can lead by crafting solutions rooted in constitutional values, ensuring innovative flourishes without sacrificing the rights of creator, researchers, consumer, and citizen. Talking about the real world example, so the real world example has shown the delicate trade of involvement. The recent global settlement between artificial intelligence companies and publishers seeks to compensate authors, but they also illustrate the lack of transparency around training data set. In India, disputes about content scrapping by digital platform reveal similar tension between innovation driven aggregation and right based control. In the patent sphere, Indian pharmaceutical companies already rely on AI driven optimization tools, meaning that our future patent jurisprudence must recognize machine assistance without displacing human inventive autonomy. So, how do we going to bring the balance or balance related to innovation, autonomy, and fundamental right? Certain solutions. First, maintaining human centered authorship and inventorship while requiring a mandatory disclosure of AI involvement in copyright and patent filing. Second, we can mandate transparency, fair, and rights respecting data practices. Third, we can strengthen research, education, and consider certain exceptions which are essential for democratic access, scientific freedom, and India's or world's innovation ecosystem. Fourth, we can create a specialized and accessible pathway for or fast resolution of AI related IP dispute. Fifth, we can prevent over centralization of power in few dominant platforms by encouraging open standard public data set and support for local language AI. Six, we can actively participate in global forums such as WIPO, OECD, G20 Digital Economy Working Group, etc. Well, in practice, India can introduce AI involvement disclosure field in IP filing, establish a national register for dataset prevalence, and create a legal clinic for small creators and develop regulatory sandboxes for licensing and model validation. In closing, intellectual property law must neither shift innovation nor leave creators and citizens vulnerability. If designed with care, IP rules can enable intelligent machine to expand human potential while protecting dignity, autonomy, and fundamental rights. Well, intelligent machines are not adversaries, they are powerful tools. Our task is to govern them with precision, flexibility, and humanity at large. In India, with this talent, market and constitutional authorities uniquely placed to lead this global conversation. Well, as we step into an era shaped by intelligent system, let us remember a guiding principle that technology must advance human freedom, not replace it. With that note, I would like to end my session, my discussion on the topic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me, and all the best for the conference, for the World Congress.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanksha, Madam, for your lecture, and very interesting, different views and issues. I think that's the most important. And we count with you for our next congresses. You are our honor guest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
Namaste.
much. Namaste.
Well, now I'm going to invite the next lecturer. It's Dr. Zahtab. Let me see. Dr. Zahtab, I think, okay, I have entered in the virtual room. Be welcome, Dr. Ansari Zahtab. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I can hear.
Yes,
Am I
thank
audible?
you. Yes, very audible, very audible. Well, I'm going to read your curriculum. Well, Dr. Zahtab Ansari Habib from India has 18 years teaching experience, PhD in law, and has published several research articles in national and international law journals and Scopus indexed journals, published several book chapters with reputed publishers, published 2 books with the topic cybersecurity threats in the era of intelligent robotics, protecting citizens' fundamental rights. I am going to share your screen. Just a minute. I'm going to share.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Delton, for providing me this platform and giving me the opportunity to present my views on cybersecurity threats in the era of intelligent robotics, protecting citizens' fundamental rights. Hope I am audible.
Yes, very audible.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yes, you
Yes,
are
I
very
can hear.
audible.
Okay.
Audible. Continue,
Okay.
please.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So, I would like to start this topic by focusing on the importance of robots. That today robots are no longer isolated machines. Rather, they are connected to digital networks and continuously exchange data with other devices, users, as well as cloud based services. So, this interconnected nature enhances the autonomy, adaptability, and efficiency of the robots, making them active participants in social and industrial ecosystems such as healthcare, smart homes, defense, and manufacturing. So, with this increasing connectivity, they have become vulnerable even to cyber intrusions that can compromise not only just data but even the physical safety, because a hacked robot can harm individuals, manipulate the private information, or can get engaged in an unauthorized surveillance. So such type of attacks pose direct threats to constitutionally protected rights of the citizens, including right to privacy, right to life, personal liberty, freedom of expression, as well as human dignity. So, safeguarding the cybersecurity ensures that technological progress doesn't lead to digital exploitation or rights violation. So, the aim of this particular presentation is to explore how cybersecurity threats are associated with intelligent robots and how they impact citizens' fundamental rights, and what legal and policy measures are required to mitigate the risk posed by them. The scope includes to identify the major vulnerability in robotic systems, to examine the constitutional and human rights implications, and to review the existing regulations in India and global, proposing rights based security standards and governance mechanisms. So basically, cybersecurity risks is there in the intelligent robotics because the attacker can access or write access and install a persistent payload that changes robot logic, hides itself, and opens remote control channels. The attackers scan for devices, exploit default passwords, move laterally from an IoT device into robot control networks, or perform man in the middle attacks and commands. Once on the network, they can eavesdrop, inject malicious command, or pivot other systems. They exfoliate the stored logs or live feeds, abuse APIs to pull personal records, or re identify individuals from aggregated telemetry. Even the manufacturers or third party services may misuse the data if governance is weak. The attacker injects false sensor data or jams genuine signals. The robot control loops acts on wrong inputs and perform unsafe action and refuses safe actions. So the attackers enter through phishing, exposed VPNs, or vulnerable third party, encrypt the robot controls, factory floor, or cloud orchestration platforms. Thus, these impacts on the fundamental rights. The altered control logic can create physical harm such as right to life or bodily integrity, enable covert data capture that infringes right to privacy, and destroy trust, dignity, as well as at the same time causes psychological harm. The surveillance or the mass surveillance affects the right to privacy because by disruption of public services, right to livelihood, access to services, and denial of necessary care if healthcare robotics are affected, and chilling of free expression where robots collect audio as well as videos. The large scale privacy violations, proliferating and discriminate targeting, right to equality and dignity, and thereby affecting on freedom of speech as well as movement too. Wrong arrest or denial of services, robots are used for enforcements and invasions of dignity when decisions are made on corrupted inputs. Service denial in healthcare or transport utilities threatens right to life, access to essential services, and public order. Ransom payments incentivize further attacks. While at the present time, the existing regulatory landscape in India doesn't have a comprehensive law to regulate robotics and AI, but it is in the phase of developing the regulations through advisories and existing laws such as IT Act 2000 and the directions which are provided in case of incident reporting powers and guidance for cyber practices, which are applicable to robotic systems at networked IC. And at the same time, it is also having Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, wherein new national law governing processing of digital data relevant where robots collects process personal data relating to healthcare or domestics. And even the rules for DPDP Act has been framed in 2025 recently. Even we are having the draft national strategy on robotics that flags safety, sector oral focus in healthcare and manufacturing and suggests certain institutional frameworks which are useful for integrating cybersecurity, requires input into procurement and domestic standards. There are governance guidelines in India relating to AI, which are based upon 7 sutras or 7 principles. that is trust, people first, innovation over restraint, fairness and equity, accountability understandable by design, safety, resilience, and sustainability. Based upon this, guidelines are provided in India. Apart from that, there are 6 pillars: infrastructure, capacity building, policy and regulation, risk mitigation, accountability, and institutions. And it is having certain action plan with timelines. And institutional architecture is also developed. The existing laws are used, and rather than overarching AI Act right now, India is having specific risks taxonomy, wherein AI incident database, voluntary commitments, and techno-legal measures which enhance the style consent for training and human in the top for loss of control risk is there. Apart from that, we are having accountability levers, that is graded liability by role, risk, and transparency reports, peer and auditor oversight, and the compute data access. MSME incentives and toolkits are also there in the guidelines. At international level, we are having EU Artificial Intelligence Act, which is risk-based AI regulation that requires accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity for high-risk system, and imposes obligations like adversarial testing, incident reporting, and transparency. This is taken as a leading model for combining safety, cybersecurity, and risk protections. In India, we even have ISO and IC standards for robotic and safety, which has been recently updated in 2025. We are having NIST cyber frameworks and AI guidance, RMF overlays for AI security, which can be adopted. Industry white papers also propose combining functional safety with cybersecurity. Apart from that, we are having UN International Humanitarian Law Discourse, wherein the treaty talks and civil society campaigns on autonomous weapons highlight the need to prohibit or tightly regulate lethal autonomous robotic systems. This is a geopolitical layer to rights protection. Apart from that, the governing agencies which are covering the AI and robotics are the Ministry of Electronics and IT, METI, short form, Data Security Council of India, which is a leading organization which promotes data protection, privacy, cybersecurity in India, and explore the resources, certifications, and insights. Apart from this, we are having CERT in, that is the Indian Computer Agency Response Team, which is a national agency for cybersecurity. Apart from that, we are having certain policies, like we are in the mode of creating a dedicated robotic oversight body which will maintain a vulnerability disclosure program and manage sectoral rules with respect to health, transport, and security. We are having mandatory incident reporting and coordinated response, wherein the computer emergency response team will report to cover incidents where robots cause or are caused to physical harm or significant privacy breaches, and requires the manufacturers to report within fixed time frames and to preserve forensic data. Apart from that, we are having sectoral rules wherein the government's procurements and regulated sectors must require certified compliance. And we are having SBOM, that is the process of providing detailed inventory of all software components, including open source, third party, proprietary code, which are used in the product. Such disclosure and contractual liability clauses for safety failures are there. Apart from that, we have rights to explanation and access to logs for affected persons. Where a robotic decision materially affects someone, law should give the person the right to obtain relevant logs and explain the decision process and to route to redress. This concept of a EU AI Act model and DPDP concepts inform these obligations. Apart from that, liability and insurance framework is there, wherein the product liability and negligence law to account for cyber-enabled failures. And the manufacturers or operator is having a liability whenever there is a breach. They require minimum cyber insurance and compensation schemes for high-risk deployments. We are having regulatory sandboxes plus certification labs. whereas for testing human robot interactions and allow controlled trials with mandated audit trials. This established as accredited test labs for combined safety and cybersecurity certification. The Data Security Council has recommended sandbox in India's draft strategy. International cooperation and export controls are there, which coordinate on bans and controls for lethal weapons and share vulnerability intelligence access. So, to reduce the fragmentations. But still, there is a research and policy gaps. So, certain recommendations are provided for the next step. That is, in integrated standards, fast track a working group to harmonize ISO functional safety standards with cybersecurity, secure robot adversarial testing. And we need to publish a national robotics security baseline. Apart from that, we need clarity in DPDP, that is data protection, and robotics issue sectoral guidelines on how it should be applied to sensor data from robots in case of biometrics and health. Apart from that, there is necessity of liability reform, wherein the commission legal study to align product liability and cyber negligence doctrine for cyber physical harms. Apart from that, it is suggested to establish a national robotics CERT or designated robotics cell within CERT for coordinated disclosure and patch orchestron. So, with this, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Zahtab, for your lecture. And very interesting. We have much things in common with Brazil and India and about artificial intelligence, the regulation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, and peace be upon you.
Same to you, sir.
Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Bhavana Sharma. Be welcome, Dr. Sharma. Always a pleasure to have you in our congresses. Well, I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Bhavana Sharma is professor of law in Royal School of Law and Administration at the Assam Royal Global University from Guwahati. Hope the pronunciation is correct. She has 24 years of teaching and advocacy experience. She has published more than 50 research papers in national and international journals. She has published 3 books on comparative public law, artificial intelligence, and law justice in globalized world. She has presented papers in more than 40 international national conferences and seminars. She has delivered more than 40 lectures at international and national level with the topic data protection, cybersecurity, and the right to privacy, reimagining digital constitutionalism. Well, doctor, you have 10 minutes and the floor is yours. Your microphone, doctor. No, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear. You can leave the room and return the room. And when you return, you enable video and the micro. Yes? We are waiting for you. Just a few seconds, and Dr. Sharma will be returning. Okay. Try. No, we can't hear you. Perhaps you have to change to your mobile cellular. Yes. Just a few seconds. Let's see. Well, I think I'm going to call the next lecture, and then if Dr. Bhavama Sharma return, I will be the next one. Just for to profit our time. Well, the next lecture is Dr. Abu Wahab from Jordan, Abdullah Al-Mamari. Doctor, be welcome. And I think we have Dr. Sharma again. Dr. Al-Mamari, if you don't mind, I'll call Dr. Bhavama Sharma, and then it's next you. All right?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your kindness and comprehension. Okay. Well, Dr. Bhavama Sharma, let's try. Let's hear you. No, unfortunately, we can't hear you. Try. It happens. It happens. Well, I will wait for a while. Let's see. Well, I think she is having some technical problems. It happens. It's the new technologies. Okay, so let's continue. I'll call Dr. Al Mamari from Jordan, and then Dr. Sharma. Okay, so Dr. Be welcome, Dr. Abdul Wahab. I think I pronounced it correctly.
Abdul Wahab Al-Mamari.
Yes, Arabian names are
Thank you.
very difficult, but very beautiful, very beautiful.
Thank
Well,
you. Thank
I see you have a PowerPoint presentation. You can share if you want.
Yes.
Yes. And while you are sharing, I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Abu Wahab Abdullah Al Mamari from Jordan is a professor of business law at the Faculty of Law, Isha University, Jordan. His research focuses on the legal and ethical implications of emerging technologies, including AI governance and data protection. He has published extensively and participates in international committees shaping policy on digital fundamental rights, with the topic the legal framework for data protection in digital business. Well, doctor, let me see. I think I can see your PowerPoint. Oh, yes, now. Now I can see. Be welcome. You have 10 minutes for your lecture. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all. Welcome, my present about the legal framework for data protection in digital business. Introduction: digital business operate globally but must comply with between of regional and nationally regulation. This research aims to examine and analyze the legal framework governing the protection of personal data in the context of digital business, with a focus on the challenges arising from the expansion of cross-border data collection, processing, and transfer. The study provides a comparative analysis of major global and regional legislation, such as the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR) and select Arab legislative model, such as the Jordanian data protection laws. The research seeks to identify similarities and differences in the fundamental principle, scope of application, individual rights, obligation imposed on data controls and enforcement machines in order of official and internationally compatible national legal framework. General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR), the global standard. General Data Protection Regional GDPR is the European Union means legal framework for protection personal data in force since May 25, 2018. It aims to strengthen individuals' control over their personal data and amplify data protection rules across EU member states. The regulation applies not only to entities within the EU, but also to any organization outside the EU that process the personal data of individuals' residents. In the Union, it is built on core principles such as lawfulness, transparency, purpose, limitation, and data minimization, and impose strict obligation on data controls and process, including decommissions, and uh, data protection officer DPO.
Dr.
When
Almamari, your
yes,
PowerPoint, your screen is not moving. It's only in the first screen.
ah, okay, okay. Now, now move to page 2.
No, because you have to put again your PowerPoint presentation.
Now, okay.
Oh, let's see.
Maybe now, okay.
Okay, now
Okay.
that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for you. Okay. General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, the global standard. GDPR grants individuals expanded rights, including access, replication, ensures data probability, and objection to processing. It also includes a strong informant matching with fines reaching up to 20 million euro or 4% global annual revenue. Over, Overall, GDPR has become a global model for modern data protection laws. Another law, CCBA, CBRA, California, the use benchmark in America. California Consumer Privacy Act, CCBA, reformed by the California Privacy Right Act. CBRA is considered the leading data privacy framework in the United States. CCPA took effect in 2020 and CBRA implemented in 2023 expanded its scope and standard consumer rights. The Jordanian Personal Data Protection Law number 24 of 2023 aims to protect the personal data of individuals, setting period, explicit, and propose specific consent as a fundamental condition for browsing. It guarantees individuals important rights, including the right to access recertification resource, the right to be forgotten, and withdrawal of consent. The law also imposes obligation on data controls to ensure data security and establish a personal data protection council and regularity unit to oversee the implementation of this profession with the goal of fostering digital trust and alignment with international standard. Data protection as a number one, evolving landscape. The legal framework is complex and constantly expanding with new state laws, AI regulations, and international standard. Number two, trust foundation complements is not just a legal obligation but a foundation for building and maintaining consumer trust. Number three, future proof strategy. provocative global standard competence simplifies adheres to no law and required regulatory risk. The importance of data protection of business and commercial companies, personal data protection and cybersecurity are essential pillar for the scores and stability of commercial business in the digital age, going beyond mere a legal obligation to become critical comparative advantage. Number one, building trust and relation. Number two, legal complements and avoiding penalties. Number three, safeguarding business access. In short, investing in data protection is investment in the company's legal stability, market reputation, and financial sustainability. Conclusion: the digital world is currently undergoing a revelation in how personal data is collected and used. Digital companies really heavily on a massive amount of user data, driving global interest in privacy protection. Consequently, comprehensive legal framework have emerged to safeguard individual rights and ensure fair transfer data treatment. The legal framework for data protection in digital business is complex and globally diverse. Key regulation include the EU's GDPR, California's CCPA or CBRA, and new EU act like the DMA and DSA. The shows a reliability evolve equality landscape that impose increasing demands on business. The scientific of this framework transcends mere legal competencies. It is critical for building consumer trust and enhancing commercial regulation. Companies adopting report data protection protect gain a decent comparative advantage given the heightened consumer awareness regulation regarding privacy. And thank you for listening me.
You're welcome, Dr. Al Mamari, for your lecture. Very interesting. Thank you so much. And we count with you for our
Thank you.
next congresses. Thank you so much. And peace be upon you. Well, to continue, I would like to make a special request because I would like to ask Dr. Sharma, Dr. Ayesh, and Prataya a special request because I have one lecture that asked me to anticipate her lecture because she is not feeling very well. So, hope you understand. I will be calling Dr. Vaishali Verma first, then Dr. Bhavama Sharma, and the other lecturers. Hope you understand and hope your patience. Okay, so Dr. Vaishali Verma, be welcome. I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Vaishali Verma is UGC NET JRF qualified legal scholar and a PhD researcher at the Central University of Punjab, specializing in criminal law, corporate law, and consumer protection, and multiple scopus indexed publications on law and technology, with the topic the role of machine learning in safeguarding consumers from deceptive trade practices. Well, Dr. Verma, you have 10 minutes for your lecture. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all esteemed speakers, scholars, and participants. I am Vishali Verma, PhD researcher at Central University of Punjab. It is to be a privilege addressing this distinguished global audience on the topic the role of machine learning safeguarding consumer from deceptive trade practices. In today's digitally driven ecosystem where the multifunctional robot, operational industries, virtual assistants influence consumer choices and cybersecurity. Threats evolve every second. Consumer protection has entered into the complete new era. Traditionally, legal safeguards are no longer sufficient. We now really increasing intelligent system to detect, prevent, and respond digital complex deception, evolving the deceptive trade practices in digital era. For decades, deceptive trade practices refers to misleading advertisement, deceptive goods, false representations, and unfair business conduct. However, with the spread of e commerce, social media, algorithmic marketing, the landscape has drastically changed. Today's digital environment has given rise to personalized, manipulative ads generated by the algorithms, AI driven fake celebrity endorsement using deepfakes, fake online reviews created by the bots, dark patterns that trick the consumer into the unwanted purchases, targeted frauds based on consumer profiling, invisible algorithmic bias that affects the price and product availability. Consumers are vulnerable not only human conduct but also machine generated deceptions, making regulatory oversight more complex than other or ever. Why machine learning has become essential? The sheer volume of online transactions, digital interactions make manual monitoring impossible. Machine learning fills this void because it can detect the hidden patterns invisible to humans, monitor millions of data points in real time, identify fraudulent behavior before it harms consumer, continuously improve through learning, predict upcoming risk pattern in digital marketing. Machine learning is therefore not just supporting the technology, it is also become a critical guardian of consumer rights, complementing legal enforcement and strengthening market integrity. Core application of machine learning in consumer protection, identifying misleading advertisement, machine learning algorithmic can huge volume of digital ads and detects claims manipulating products images, false comparison with the competitor brands, hidden disclaimers, Regulators and consumer agencies can revise received automatic alert from repaid actions, detecting fake reviews and ratings. This is the one of the most impactful uses of machine learning. Model help identify repetitively or both return reviews, abnormal sentiment patterns, sudden spike in 5-star or 1-star rating. This help users make informed decision, maintain fairness on platform like Amazon, Flipkart, Google Play. Fraud prevention in finance e-commerce. Machine learning detects unauthorized login attempts, phishing links, fraudulent payment patterns, identify theft indicators. Bank and fish tag platform really heavily machine learning driven. Fraud detection engines to protect consumer funds and digital identities. Algorithmic monitoring unfair trade practices. Machine learning checks price manipulation, discriminatory pricing, misleading price placements, violation of consumer rights rules. This enables regulators to protect algorithm exploitation, which is now major concern with AI driven marketplaces. Virtual assistants as consumer guardians warn consumers about suspicious websites, verify product information, detect phishing calls or messages, remind users about privacy risk. Thus, voice based AI agents act real time consumer protection allies, machine learning, and fundamental rights. The theme of this conference is the theme of this conference emphasize the intersection technology, fundamental rights, machine learning support, strengthens the right of multiple ways. Machine learning, the right to information, machine learning filters misinformation, exposing deceptive claims and false advertisement, right to privacy, machine learning based on anomaly detection, prevent unauthorized data access, protects personal information, right to equality, non discrimination. Machine learning can highlight algorithmic bias and help to ensure treatment and pricing service delivery. Right to consumer safety. Machine learning model detects unsafe or detective products before they reach market. In sense, in this sense, machine learning become an instrument for the constitutional governance in the digital spheres. Emerging challenges. How we emerge machine learning in our country in the whole. Meanwhile, machine learning enhance consumer protection. It becomes an important challenges. Algorithmic bias. If training data is biased, consumer, the system may give unfair results. Black box decision, lack of transparency make the difficult understand how machine learning can make decision. Data policy concern, machine learning requires large data set, rising privacy risk. Regulatory gaps, many nations can clear laws governing AI driven trades, law digital illiteracy or literacy. Consumer often cannot differentiate between the genuine, deceptive digital content. Addressing these issues essential for the responsible deployments of machine learning. Path forward, building a resilient ethics AI ecosystem to maximize the benefit of machine learning, consumer protection. I propose a 5 pillar framework: AI specific legislation, regulatory guidelines, mandatory transparency, machine learning based consumer decision tools, collaborative platforms linking regulators, AI experts, and consumer groups, digital illiteracy program, focusing on unsafe digital practices. And the another one is ethical AI principles integrated into corporate governance. This holistic approach ensures the machine learning's consumer rights without compromising privacy or fairness. I would like to conclude my topic as multifunctional robot, cybersecurity system, and virtual assistant reshape our digital world. Machine learning has emerged as a powerful ally for consumer welfare. Its ability to deception, predict risk, and empower consumers to make indispensable for modern market. However, the true power of machine learning lies in deploying it responsibly, ethically, and transparently. Only they can ensure that technology strengthen, not threaten, fundamental rights and fair trade practices. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to meaningful discussion ahead. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Verma, and we wish you a prompt recovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Namaste.
Well, now, Dr. Bhavama Sharma, let's see if we can hear you. Oh, it's a pity, but we can't hear. Try to speak. No, unfortunately, we can't hear you. Yes, I think it's something about your microphone because we can see you very well. Internet is working. I think it's about sound. If you can check, I can call you later. Anytime, if you want, I'll call you because you have the preference. Okay. Well, let me see. Now I'm going to call Dr. Ayesh Yadav. Let me see where. Okay, just a minute. Dr. Ayesh Yadav is present in the virtual room. Dr. Ayesh Yadav is present. Well, so the next one is okay. Dr. Prataya Sakar. Can you hear us? Okay.
Yes, hello, sir.
Okay, Dr. Sakar, I'm going to read your curriculum. Well, let me see. Dr. Prataya Sakar is from India. He is an assistant professor at the School of Legal Studies, River University from Bangalore, India. He specializes in criminal laws and artificial intelligence with a focus on their intersection with the constitutional safeguards and human rights, with the topic from cyber security to cyber sovereignty, safeguarding fundamental rights in a hyper-connected world. Dr. Sakar, be welcome. You have 10 minutes for your lecture. The floor is yours. Dr. Sakar, I think your video and audio are not connected. Please, you can leave the room and return the room and connect your video and audio. Is it possible? Okay, let's wait for Dr. Prataya Sakar. Let's wait for. Let's wait. I think perhaps also he's having some problems. Well, there is a lecturer in the virtual room that I would like to identify. Has the name Farha Nas. I think it's Dr. Amer. Please, in the virtual room, I can see a lecturer, a speaker with the name Farha Nas. Is that you, Dr. Amer Fakuri? Well, to continue, the only one speaker that I can see now, it's Dr. Harsh Kumar Yadav. Dr. Harsh, let's profit the time, and I'm going to call you, and I'm going to read your curriculum. Well, let me see. Dr. Harsh Kumar Yadav is from India. He is an assistant professor at the Central University of Punjab, is an emerging legal luminary with 17 years of teaching experience since 2008 and 6 years of administrative experience. He holds PhD, LLM, and BALLB honors degrees from Maharishi Dayanand University from Rohtak, specializing in intellectual property rights, torts, and criminal law. He has authored, edited 9 books, published 44 research papers, including 10 Scopus indexed articles, and guided 10 PhD and 63 LLM scholars. His work is widely cited globally, with the topic Fundamental Rights and Secrecy in Managing Trade Secret Threats. Well, Dr. Raj, be welcome. You have 10 minutes for your lecture. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Respected Daliton, sir. Good afternoon. And honorable organizers, distinguished delegates, fellow speakers, and esteemed participants joining from across the world, good afternoon to all. It is profound honor to speak at the 6th annual World Mega Congress under the theme Multifunctional Robots, Advanced Cybersecurity, Virtual Assistants, and Fundamental Rights. My presentation today explores a central question of our technological era. How do we safeguard trade secrets while upholding fundamental rights in a world where robots, cyber intelligence systems, and virtual assistants increasingly shape human decision making? This question lies at the intersection of technology, law, ethics, and constitutional governance. Trade secrets constitute one of the most dynamic categories of intellectual property. Their value lies not in public disclosure or registration, but in the deliberate choice to remain undisclosed. Whether one remains confidential formulas, strategic business plans, research methodologies, or proprietary database, their economic worth exists because secrecy is maintained. This doctrinal foundation is reflected globally under the TRIPS Agreement, Article 39. WTO members must protect undisclosed information that is secret, commercially valuable, and subject to reasonable protective steps. It is striking that the world's trade system elevates secrecy to the level of an international obligation, a recognition that intellectual capital is now central to national competitiveness. But trade secret protection does not exist in a vacuum. It interacts constantly with fundamental rights, most prominently the right to privacy and right to pursue one's profession. In India, Article 21's guarantees of life and personal liberty after Supreme Court's landmark judgment in Justice K.S. Puttaswamy versus Union of India 2017 includes informational privacy as an intrinsic component. This aligns India with global constitutional norms. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR 1948, Article 12, and the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR 1966, Article 17, both recognize the right to privacy and protection against arbitrary interference. These international provisions require states to balance the imperatives of security, commerce, and dignity. Simultaneously, the freedom to pursue a profession under Article 19(1)(g) of the Indian Constitution mirrors the economic liberties recognized in other jurisdictions. For example, Article 15 of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights safeguards the freedom to choose an occupation, and similar protections exist under Article 6 of the ICESCR. Thus, any mechanism adopted to protect trade secrets, whether through employment restrictions, confidentiality obligations, or monitoring, must respect both privacy and freedom to work. Courts across the world have wrestled with this balance. They are in means they are having contradictory wrestling, like you can say. The word term is used, wrestled with this balance. The Supreme Court of India in Niranjan Shankar Golikari versus Century Spinning 1967 upheld reasonable confidentiality obligations but cautioned against restraints that impede professional liberty. In Superintendent's Company versus Krishna Murgai 1981, it emphasized that post employment restrictions cannot be so broad as to violate constitutional freedoms. Similarly, in the United States, the decision in PepsiCo Inclusive versus Redmond 1995 recognized the inevitable disclosure doctrine but warned against excessively restricting employee mobility. In the European context, courts applying the EU Trade Secret Descriptive Directives 2016/943 insist that protective measures must always remain proportionate and rights compatible. The GDPR 2016 Article 5 and 6 establishes the central principles for lawful, fair, and transparent processing of personal data, requiring specified and legitimate purposes along with purpose limitation, data minimization, accuracy, and strong security duties. Brazil Brazil's General Data Protection Law, also called as LGPD, is a federal data protection and privacy law enacted in 2018 and effective from 2020, emphasizing legality, clear purpose specification, necessity, and strong safeguards to ensure responsible uh, personal data processing. India's Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 aligns closely by mandating lawful processing, fair and reasonable use, explicit purpose limitation, and robust accountability requirements. Together, these frameworks reflect a growing global movement towards disciplined transparent and right-centric data governance. Together, these frameworks clarify a powerful idea. The preservation of secrecy cannot justify unrestrained surveillance, excessive data retention, or disproportionate intrusions into private life. In addition to rights, secrecy also demands responsibility. Courts expect organizations to take reasonable steps to maintain confidentiality. Under US law, the Defend Trade Secret Act 2016 requires demonstrable diligence in safeguarding trade secrets. Under UK jurisprudence, Saltman Engineering Company versus Campbell Engineering 1948 remains foundational, anchoring the principle that equity protects confidential information even absent contract. Canadian courts in Cadbury Sweepies versus FBI Foods 1999 reaffirmed this same duty of preserving secrecy across jurisdictions. The message is clear: secrecy is not merely asserted, it must be actively preserved through governance, policy, and proportionate procedures. However, if these protective measures stray beyond necessity, if they unduly restrict mobility, compromise dignity, or undermine privacy, they risk clashing with fundamental rights. The constitutional doctrine of proportionality, now central in India after Puttaswamy case and long embedded in European jurisprudence, provides the test. Measures must pursue a legitimate aim, be suitable to achieve that aim, impair rights no more than necessary, and strike a fair balance between competing interests. Trade secret protection easily satisfies first condition, it supports innovation, fair competition, and economic development. But the remaining conditions demand careful institutional design and constant constitutional sensitivity. Thus, the challenge before modern legal system is not simply to secure confidential knowledge, but to secure it in ways that remain faithful to constitutional promises. The world economy depends on innovation, democracies depend on liberty, effective trade secret protection must harmonize both. Confidentiality agreements must be precise rather than overbroad. Internal policies must be rights respecting. Organizations must ensure that the pursuit of secrecy does not become a justification for intrusive or unreasonable control. Law, when crafted wisely, can protect both intellectual assets and the individual's fundamental dignity. In closing, safeguarding trade secrets is not merely a commercial imperative, it is a constitutional exercise shaped by international commitments, judicial insights, and democratic values. When we insist on secrecy without sacrificing rights, and when we defend rights without impairing innovation, we strengthen not only our markets but our constitutional order. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the rich discussion that will follow. Thank you, Deliton, and thank you, George.
You're welcome, Dr. Harsh Kumar Yadav. We thank you for your lecture, and we count with you with your participation in our next congresses. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Well, now I'm going, I have to return to the original list because we have another, and I'm trying to make my best to follow the order. Sometimes we have some special requests. It's normal to happen, but I'm returning. So I'm going to call Dr. Ashesh Yadav. Dr. Yadav, be welcome. I'm going to read your curriculum. Doctor, just a minute, I will return to the order of the list. Yes, now, Dr. Ashesh, I think the pronunciation, I don't know if it's correct, is
Yes, it is
legal.
correct.
Oh, thank you so much. Dr. Yadav is a legal scholar specializing in intellectual property and the digital transformation at Central University of Punjab. He has authored several research papers on the intersection of law and technology and is currently pursuing research on copyright with the topic balancing AI innovation with fundamental rights in the digital era. Well, Doctor, you have 10 minutes for your lecture, and now it's up to you. Be welcome.
Okay, Professor. Thank you for the kind invitation to participate as a speaker at the 6th Annual World Mega Congress on Multifunctional Robots, Advanced Cybersecurity, Virtual Assistance, and Fundamental Rights. My title of presentation is Balancing AI Innovation with Fundamental Rights in the Digital Era. This topic captures one of the most pressing issues of our time. Artificial intelligence has become a major driver of progress, but it also challenges legal frameworks and ethics. The lecture focuses on how societies can embrace artificial intelligence while ensuring that fundamental rights, privacy, equality, free speech, and dignity are not compromised. The discussion is not anti technology, it is about responsible technology that respects human rights. Artificial intelligence is now integrated into almost every sector: industry, healthcare, agriculture, academia, business, and governance. Unlike earlier technologies, artificial intelligence automates cognitive tasks, which makes it transformative. However, this increasing integration also means that artificial intelligence decisions have direct effects on people's lives. When algorithms influence education, employment, or justice, ethical and legal consequences become unavoidable. Therefore, understanding artificial intelligence is no longer optional, it is a societal necessity. AI innovation is essential for competitiveness and development, but unchecked innovation can generate serious social harms. For example, a company might implement aggressive data collection to improve services, but that can violate people's privacy. Similarly, automated tools might increase efficiency but produce discrimination if built on biased datasets. The goal is not to restrict progress, but to ensure that it does not come at the cost of individual rights. A well regulated environment actually boosts trust and adoption of new technologies. There are some artificial intelligence impact on human rights is multidimensional, and what these are: when data is collected without consent or stored indefinitely, privacy is threatened. If algorithms prioritize some groups over others, it becomes a discrimination and violates equality before law. Automated content filtering by platforms can silence opinions, affecting freedom of expression. Predictive policing and risk scoring used in courts or investigations can bypass due process when the logic behind algorithms isn't transparent. Despite of all these things, there are some benefits are which are only because of artificial intelligence. In healthcare, artificial intelligence powered diagnostics are helping detect diseases earlier and with higher accuracy. In education, artificial intelligence tools provide personalized learning and accessibility for learners with disabilities. In governance, digital systems reduce paperwork, speed up delivery of services, and curb corruption. In economy, AI drives automation, innovation, entrepreneurship, and new types of employment. These benefits show why innovation should not be hindered but guided ethically. When artificial intelligence evolves faster than laws and oversight, many dangers arise. Surveillance technologies can monitor people's actions constantly, creating a chilling effect on freedom. Decision making systems can amplify existing social biases because they learn from biased data. Deepfake technologies can exploit individuals and destabilize democratic progress by blurring truth and falsehood. Automatic systems often lack accountability. If a machine rejects a job application for bank loan, the affected person may not even know why these risks underline the need for control mechanisms. Different countries approach artificial intelligence regulation differently. In Europe, Union introduced the European Union Artificial Intelligence Act, which categorizes artificial intelligence systems based on risk and imposes strict transparency obligations where harm is possible. The United States follows a more decentralized sector-based regulatory model, encouraging private innovation while gradually integrating safeguards. India is shaping its own approach through digital governance initiatives, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, and emerging artificial intelligence ethics guidelines. Although strategies differ, the global movement is clear: artificial intelligence must strike a balance between innovation and rights. To preserve fundamental rights while supporting innovation, certain design principles are essential. That is, technologies should be created with privacy protection built in their architecture rather than added later. Algorithms must be auditable and explainable so that human understand the basis of decisions in sensitive domains. Law enforcement, medical decisions, judicial tools, human oversight should remain mandatory. Accountability should not be limited to the end users. Developers, corporations, and governments must also carry responsibility. Balanced regulations encourages ethical innovation rather than restricting it. And last, we can say that law plays a crucial role, but it cannot act alone. Policymakers must keep pace with rapidly evolving technology and shape a flexible framework that protects people without freezing innovation. Institutions and regulators need trained experts to audit algorithms, monitor cybercrimes, and evaluate digital harms. Citizens must be aware of their rights in the digital world. Without public literacy, even the best laws remain ineffective. Responsible artificial intelligence is a collective responsibility, not just a governmental project. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Dr. Yadav, and we do thank you for your lecture. And we count with your participation in our next congresses with a great
Thank you so
honor.
much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Namaste.
Namaste. Well, now I'm going to call Dr. Prataya Sakar. Thank you for your patience, doctor. Uh, and I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Prataya Sakar is from India, is an assistant professor at the School of Legal Studies, Riva University, Bangalore, India. He specializes in criminal laws and artificial intelligence with focus on their intersection with the constitutional safeguards and human rights. And your topic today is about from cybersecurity to cyber sovereignty, safeguarding fundamental rights in a hyper-connected world. Dr. Sakar, you have 10 minutes for your lecture. It's up to you. Be welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your patience. And thank you once again for welcoming me and giving me the opportunity to present my research here. So, yes, my topic is from cybersecurity to cyber sovereignty, safeguarding fundamental rights in a hyper-connected world. So, today, we live through a moment where technology is reshaping law faster than courts or legislatures can respond. The shift from cybersecurity to cyber sovereignty captures this transformation. It marks a move from merely protecting systems to actively governing the digital behavior of people, data, and platforms. But in this shift lies a deeper question: how do we secure the nation without surrendering the rights of the citizen? Now, cybersecurity is focused on defense, firewalls, encryption, preventing attacks. And cyber sovereignty is about power, who controls data, algorithms, infrastructure, and online expression. Now, China's Great Firewall, the European Union's GDPR, America's Cloud Act, all represent different models. But every model forces us to confront this dilemma. When governments claim more digital authority, what happens to individual freedom? Now, in the age of surveillance, we often blame governments, but corporations know us more intimately than any intelligence agency ever could. Our phones, they map our movement. Our searches reveal our desires. Our clicks predict our decisions. Now, this blend of state surveillance plus corporate surveillance creates an environment where monitoring becomes routine, even invisible. And the rights most at risk are the ones that define democracy itself: privacy, free speech, freedom of thought. Now, these rights erode not with loud announcements, but with silent data collection. Now, in India, there was a Puttaswamy judgment that established privacy as a fundamental right, but a right matters only if restrictions on it are justified. Now, this is where the proportionality test, legitimate aim, suitability, necessity, and balancing is essential. Without it, cyber sovereignty easily slides into cyber authoritarianism. Now, technologies like facial recognition, predictive policing, and biometric tracking often bypass this test entirely. And what citizens don't know, they cannot challenge. Now, algorithms are the new invisible decision makers. Now, algorithms decide what we see, what we believe, what opportunities we receive, and sometimes whether we are treated as suspects. The algorithms don't just reflect biases, they amplify them. Yet they operate without transparency, accountability, or the right to contest. If sovereignty is to expand into the digital realm, so must constitutional safeguards. Now, in the dream of the internet as a global commons is fading, we are seeing the rise of digital blocks. First, a controlled Chinese cyberspace, then a rights focused European model, a market driven American approach, and an evolving Indian model centered on sovereignty and data governance. This fragmentation, what scholars call the splinter net, raises a critical concern. Can fundamental rights survive when the internet itself is breaking into pieces? Now, then, what is the way forward with sovereignty and accountability? We cannot abandon security, but security cannot be an excuse for unchecked power. A balanced vision of cyber sovereignty demands number one, transparent, democratically debated digital laws. Laws that have been debated upon and which are sound and which are transparent, that has been made public. Second, independent oversight, judicial, parliamentary, and regulatory. That is, all the laws that are there should have an oversight, should have a stop button if needed. Thirdly, a strong data protection regime with real enforcement. That goes without saying how important it is. Then we have transparency and audit rights for algorithms. Then digital literacy as a civic skill, which is, I believe, something that is lacking in most countries. Digital literacy is a huge gap. And then we have international norms for responsible cyber behavior. Now, this is something that cannot be checked. This is something that cannot be bound upon by someone. This is something that depends on ourselves, how we behave, how we act on the internet, how we decide to talk, or to whom to say what to say. Now, sovereignty must not mean isolation, it must mean responsibility. Now, to conclude, the future is being written not in statutes, but in lines of code and invisible protocols. If cybersecurity was about protecting infrastructures, cyber sovereignty must be about protecting individuals. We cannot have one without having the other. A nation cannot be truly secure if its citizens are digitally vulnerable. And a democracy cannot be meaningful if its rights disappear behind screens and servers, which we are seeing happen even in today's time. And in this hyperconnected world, the greatest task before us is simple but profound, that is, to ensure that technology serves liberty and it does not replace it. So, with that, I'd like to end my lecture here. And I'd like to thank you, Doctor, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for being patient on on my issue, slight issue there. Thank you so much for your understanding.
Thank you, Dr. Sakar, for your lecture, and also patience because we had some problems, but we solved everything on time. And we count with your participation in our next congresses. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste.
You're welcome. And now I'm going to invite the academician, Professor Dr. Elena Boscovich. Be welcome. I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Elena Boscovich is academician of ARASA, PhD, Belgrade Metropolitan University, Belgrade, Republic of Serbia, with the topic Security and Human Rights in Cyberspace. Dear Doctor, be welcome. You have 10 minutes for your speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello to everyone, respected and dear ladies and gentlemen. Excellency University professors, scientists, colleagues, friends, guests, I greet you all warmly from the Republic of Serbia, from Belgrade Metropolitan University. I special gratitude Professor Dr. Dayton Ribeiro, Brazil General Organizer. My topic today, security and human rights in cyberspace. Technology is an integral part of social life. The widespread use of computer and the development of information and communication technologies have made people depend of this technology in many ways. The development in information technologies attracts the attention of the international community as much as the individual and affect this society as well. In particular, the tools and methods they are created by using computer have created cyber area life in addition to the real world, and this area has begun to provide significant benefits and facilities in the daily lives of individuals and communities. Modern society was contemporaries we are is critically dependent on information is a strategic resources and an information and communication technology which is used to transmit, process, and exchange it. Information is becoming increasingly important for national security in general, but in peace and armed conflict. Information and communication technology has also created a new environment, cyberspace, which includes residents of any part of the world, all age group and social classes. An increasing number of information infrastructure connect individual, organization, and other segments of society, making them more complex and vulnerable to various threats that are becoming global, technological, multifaceted, and increasingly numerous. Threats come from individual or group motivated by different interests, military, religious, personal, political, economic, etc. Attacks are increasingly better coordinated and more sophisticated. The increasing availability and accessibility of attack tool as well as the relatively low cost allow anyone to carry out an attack. On the other hand, the cost of detection, discovery, and response is significantly higher. New technology, in addition to its advantages, also has certain disadvantages. Depends on information and communication technology and ubiquitous connectivity lead to widespread vulnerability on all segments of society. The rules on state responsibility for intermediary wrongful act are very difficult to apply in cyberspace because there are serious difficulties in attracting with the wrongful acts itself because the rule were development during on the last country when cyberspace was not yet in its infancy insignificance is it today. The specificity of large number of private self-sufficient individuals who can act complexity separately make it very difficult to establish state responsibility. The aspiration of major geopolitical power to form their own interest system will make the establishment of international responsibility practically impossible. In addition, importance cyberspace has today become crucial for enjoyment, a large number of human rights, but at the same time a suitable space for their restriction. Because of all these ideas have emerged to declare and he read create a new generation of digital human rights, cyberspace of ideal force spread of xenophobia, racism, or other forms of certain human rights. Area interconnection, privacy, freedom and expression, access information, safety to need balance, rights respecting approach, transparency, harmonization. My conclusion this lecture, the future trajectory of international law will depend largely on its capacity to regulate new technology and ensure a compatibility even in sphere where boundaries are blurred and consequences are deployed fair. The dynamic of international relations among major powers, particularly the United States, China, and Russia, are significantly shaping the legal and political development of cyberspace. Is interesting. The primary challenges stem from technological complexity associated with attracting cyber threat, the political difficulty in imposing sanctions in on key actors. Cyber attacks pose significant threat to crucial infrastructure, manipulate information, and can even affect democratic process in other countries and underscoring that digital landscape is not merely integrable but carries significant implications for international stability, security, and state accountability. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Yelena.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, Professor Ribeiro. Thank you.
Yes, and we are very happy to listen your speech. Thank you so much. And greetings to Serbia.
Greeting for Brazil. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Greetings, our Belgrade Metropolitan University and all students, all professor, dear professor. Thank you very much.
You are all very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Amer Fakouri from United Arab Emirates. Dr. Amer, do you hear us? Dr. Amer.
I can hear you, but the camera is not working. I will leave the room just for 1 second, and I will come back directly. I don't know where is the challenge. Just 1 second.
That's no problems. Well, you are audible, but your video doesn't work.
It's not working, right? Let me see, where is the channel? Okay. Okay. I don't know what is the challenge. Is the camera working right now?
No, not working.
No, not unfortunately. So now.
Now it's wonderful, wonderful. Well, doctor, I'm going to make your introduction. Well, be welcome. Let me see. Okay, Dr. Amer Fakouri is from United Arab Emirates. He is a professor of public international law and human rights at the American University in the Emirates, Dubai, former Dean of the College of Law, published on international humanitarian law, cyber law, and AI governance. Frequent media commentator on international affairs with the topic AI-driven surveillance and fundamental rights, international law constraints on state cybersecurity measures. Appreciated Doctor, you have 10 minutes for your speech. Be welcome. It's up to you.
Thank you so much, dear colleague, for the invitation. It's actually a great pleasure and honor to be today to discuss with you and our colleague a topic that sit at the intersection of technology, human rights, and international law. As we all aware, dear colleagues, that the growing use of AI-driven surveillance and the legal constraints that govern state cybersecurity measures, it's a very challenging situation. Let me clarify, dear colleague, first of all, that this is not only a technical issue. It's a legal from one side, it's an ethical from another side, and it's a geopolitical challenge from another side. So why this topic matters? Let me clarify, dear colleague, that around the world nowadays, governments are deploying AI system for national security, and this is normal. However, they are using this kind of system in order for facial recognition networks in public spaces, for predictive policing software, for large-scale biometric database, and AI-enhanced cyber defense system. These tools, dear colleagues, can support public safety, and there is no doubt about that. But they also create risks in terms of mass surveillance, in terms of discrimination, in terms of data misuse, and chilling effect on freedom of expression. So international law, especially the international human rights law, sets boundaries, but main state act faster than the law can respond. So my aim point, or my main point today, is simple. AI-driven surveillance is permissible under international law only when states respect necessity, number one, proportionality, number two, and legality, number three. So without these principles, cybersecurity measures become instrument of violation, not protection. So the key element of, or the key legal framework of this presentation, it's based on international human rights law. In other words, the most relevant instrument are the ICCPR, which is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, regional human rights convention like the European, Inter-American, and African, and UN, no doubt, we have to talk about UN, resolution on privacy, data protection, and digital surveillance. So all these instruments, they impose binding obligation on states, especially regarding the right of privacy or right to privacy, as per Article 17 ICCPR, and freedom of expression and association, and due process and non-discrimination, and for sure human dignity and autonomy. So AI surveillance must satisfy 5 things, I believe. Number 1, legality. Number 2, legitimate aim. Number 3, necessity and proportionality, and for sure oversight. So in other words, we have also to take into consideration another instrument, which is international humanitarian law, which means in conflict situation. So AI surveillance used in armed conflict must respect distinction between civilian and military, proportionality, and military necessity. So AI system cannot justify arbitrary interference or collective punishment. For that reason, we have to talk about the state responsibility. So if AI surveillance causes human rights violation, states remain internationally responsible. AI does not reduce legal accountability. However, many states justify advanced surveillance under the umbrella of cybersecurity, and this is normal. But cybersecurity cannot become a blanket check for violation right, which means we have a common problem worldwide, such as mass indiscriminate data collection, absence of judicial oversight, and opaque algorithm, and discriminatory profiling, and cross-border data transfer without safeguards. So there is an important point here, dear colleagues, which is international law distinguishes between, number one, targeted, or what we call it, legally defensible, and mass surveillance. This distinction is central in the UN General Assembly resolution and the jurisprudence of the European Court for Human Rights. So AI, dear colleague, adds 3 new layers on or of legal complexity. Number one, in terms of scale, which means that AI analyzes millions of data points per second. And number two, machine learning algorithms are hard to audit. Victims cannot challenge decision they cannot understand. And autonomy, which means AI can predict risk that were never explicitly ordered by human. This raises a question of accountability, transparency, and due process. So, international law, dear colleagues, requires surveillance system to be explainable enough to allow legal challenges. If an AI system cannot be explained, its use becomes legally questionable. So we have constraints imposed by international law. Here are the practical international law constraints that states must respect, which is number one, ban on arbitrary interference, proportionality principles, non-discrimination, and transparency and due process, and data minimization obligation, and independent oversight. So, international practice shows that states must create privacy commissioners, judicial review bodies, and what we call it, parliamentary oversight committees. Without oversight, surveillance becomes unlawful. So, let me clarify that. If we took into consideration, for example, if we take, for example, if we go to international court and see some examples, if we go, for example, to European Court of Human Rights, we have very famous case called Big Brother Watch against UK. Here, the court held that bulk collection is only lawful with strict safeguard. If we take, for example, UN Human Rights Committee said clearly that surveillance must always be lawful, necessary, and proportionate, right? If we take also actually another court of justice, all of them, they are saying the same word, which is no bulk collection without respecting human rights. So in order to conclude, dear colleagues, AI-driven surveillance will only expand in the coming years, no doubt for that. States have legitimate cybersecurity concern, but international law does not allow unlimited surveillance. The challenge for the international community is to create governance system that, number one, protect national security, secondly, preserve fundamental rights, thirdly, ensure accountability, and for sure, keep humans, not algorithm, in control. So AI can enhance security, but without legal safeguards, it becomes a threat to every right it claims to be protected. Thank you so much for your attention.
You're welcome, Dr. Amer Fakouri, and thank you for your speech. We think in common in many issues of your topic, and hope in the future have more time to discuss, to talk about. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the invitation, sir.
You're welcome. Well, now I'm going to invite Dr. Mihail Staniscu. Be welcome, doctor. And I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Mihail Alexandru Stanescu is from Romania and is a computer science engineer, graduated from University Polytechnical of Bucharest, Romania, and also multi-time gold medalist award on social science and technology innovation winner of Henry Coanda Award for Engineering offered by Minister of Research, Innovation and Digitalization, Government of Romania. And the topic is about cyber citizenship after 2020. Doctor, you have 10 minutes for your lecture, and now it's up to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delton Ribeiro Brazil, for this beautiful presentation. And first of all, am I audible? It's all okay?
Yes, very audible.
Perfectly. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Hel Stănescu, and I'm from Romania. And the topic of today, I choose to be cyber citizenship after 2020 because, first of all, 2020 it was a difficult year because it appears the pandemical period, but also 2020 it was an amazing year for developing of digitalization. Why? For example, until 2020, I don't know how many use this type of platform for broadcasting or maybe for contacts. But as you can see nowadays, we are using StreamYard, we are using Zoom, we are using Teams, amazing tools which can help us to communicate, to deliver a message, and together to develop our skills. Now, I think everyone nowadays are using internet for shopping, gaming, research, communication by email, listening music, or why not social media. And let's define a little bit what is the internet traffic. So, we are using the concept of the IP address, and using this, we can define the internet as a flow of data which are using the network links for the traffic. And for this, we are using the unit of the information, the byte. So we are talking about the transmission. And for this, if we are thinking a little bit what is an IP address, what's the meaning of the IP? Okay, IP is an acronym from Internet Protocol. IP address plays a big role on how data is shown and how we communicate. And if we are talking about the internet and cyber citizens, let's define a little bit our environment. And our environment is based by the technology, which is a double-edged sword because it's well integrated in our daily life that may not realize that extent. So we have some pro, like convenience and efficiency, and some against, like dependence and vulnerability. However, serious problem can arise if you are not safe and savvy when we are using the technology. And let's talk a little bit which type of risk we can have. Security issues, safety issues, privacy issues, data integrity issues. And we are using the next rule. If you post it, they will find it. Why? Because anyone can find a lot of information about you online. Social media, I think, is the best example with phishing, about stalking, for example. All it takes to find many details about you. The motivation and persistence to look for them, it's a small amount of prior knowledge about you. So be safe and try always when we post something to know who can see this because as a little bit bad joke, sharing is caring for everyone. Now, we have some potential consequences of irresponsibility technology use. For example, somebody can use post information as incriminating evidence in legal matters. Sometimes, when we are talking with somebody on social media, maybe it's an identity theft. So it's about the disciplinary action from an employer, including getting fired because maybe they are sharing some general data from that company, and it's a bad thing. So my question for you is, how can we deal with this type of the risk nowadays when we are living the fourth industrial revolution. What do you think? So, I think starting from this stuff, we can think, let's try to be from street smart, real life, to be web wise. Because we are living the fourth industrial revolution and we have the cyber community, where the cyber environment. And let's define a little bit what is a street smart. People who possess strong common sense, who have good instinct, who develop strong critical thinking skills, who are aware of their environment, including the risk it may pose, and use their skills to make good decisions and minimize the risk. So, using this correspondence from Street Smart, advice is the internet version of this. To be patient, to be consequent, and to know when is a danger there. And when we talk about midwives, it's important to understand also the notion of the tech savvy. So the idea is to understand that being tech savvy is about more than knowing how to use the technology, how to open a PC, for example. It's also important to take the responsibility for your role as a member of the online community by being a good cyber citizen. Also, it's important to take steps to avoid or minimize the risk. It's important to apply critical thinking skills, pay attention for this, and good judgment to all of your technology related actions. And not only it is important to learn about technology related risk because, sorry that I will repeat again, we are living an industrial revolution. So is all which are happening now can have a big impact tomorrow. For example, the another concept of digitalization, the idea of the AI and machine learning. Okay, this concept appear last century, but we are living the explosion of automatization on the options of the machine learning and artificial intelligence. So, dear, it's important to keep a clean machine. So it's important to use antivirus, anti-malware, anti-spyware. It's important to keep the security software up to date. It's important to protect all of our devices that connect to the internet and don't forget about external devices like flex drives, how you can use it. So it's important when we make the connection to be when we are talking about personal data, like when we are working at work, to have a VPN or better to use your phone by Wi-Fi hotspot because we should pay attention to the network you connect. Set tighter privacy controls for public networks and don't conduct sensitive business on public Wi-Fi. Make sure you are using secure sites for all financial transactions. Pay attention. When we're talking about money, it's important to have our privacy, to have our security. And another advice we can I give you as telecom engineering is the idea of the passwords. It's important to have a mix of password and not have some vulnerable information in there. And it's important to change the password regularly. It's important to use a different password for each account and to store password securely, like password vault, which I use for example. And it's important to never leave your technology unattended. It's important to always remember to log out from accounts on shared or public computers. And it's important to back up your data often and store it securely. Maybe with some applications which are very strictly regulated. So another thing we are coming back to social media because the topic is about cyber citizens. Consider limiting others' access to your social media networking profiles. It's important to learn to evaluate your social media presence with a critical eye. So, ladies and gentlemen, we should be a good cyber citizens. So we should have been well informed and educated. We should respect legitimate authority. It's important, like good citizenship, also applies to the global community as access through the internet. So it's important to be safe with you, and not the least, think before you post, think before you act, and always it's important to ask yourself, what are the risks? Why I'm doing this? What if I'm doing this? What are consequences? Do you see these actions like a good thing or a bad thing? And in the end, I want to leave you with a personal quote. which I think it's applied not only in the cyber citizens but also for people nowadays. And this quote sounds like this: live the present, but without forget the main moments from the past, and also to think what you can do in the future to be glorious. Thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mihail. Always a great pleasure to meet you once again, even virtually. I'm very pleased. And we count with your participation in our next congresses. Thank
Thank you
you
very
so
much
much.
for invitation and wish you all the best to everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Beata Stepien Zaluka. Doctor, I think your video is upside. Yes, if you. Oh, now it's right. Oh, yes, yes. Be welcome, Doctor. I'm going to read your curriculum. Well, just a minute. Okay. Dr. Beata Stepien Zaluka is a professor at the University of Warsaw, I think it's correct, in Poland, specializing in constitutional law, human rights, and new technologies in judiciary. Author in more than 120 publications, awarded many times, including USA and Mexico, member of Constitutional Council of Bar Association in Rio de Janeiro and International Advisory Council of Bar Association in Belo Horizonte, with the topic AI as a threat, I think, to judicial decision making process. Dear Dr. Beata, be welcome. And as you said, and I like it very much, I'm repeating you, the floor is yours.
Professor, thank you very much. I'm not sure if everyone knows, but in the last month, we were discussing, and we are discussing right now the third time together about AI. So it means that we take, I think, part in a global discussion, and it's an honor and always great pleasure to take part in it. Ladies and gentlemen, and today I want to share with you some of my thoughts about using AI, but from the, let's say, very specific perspective, as AI as a threat to the legal decision-making process. Well, we have become, let's say, accustomed that to AI being a tool for analyzing and exploring data. It is somewhat like our right hand in the area of judicial making decision process. Various type of algorithm in US such as Double Tracker, Luma Analytica, TrueALA, Compass, SOS in China, or Victor in Brazil. They are the best proof of how AI can work in judiciary, but does not mean it is infallible. There are many risks associated with using AI in judiciary: discrimination, biases, black boxes. The most, let's say, the newest problem connected with self-replication, and finally, hallucination. Well, one of the first problem which actually we discovered. Well, AI hallucination are the situation in which an artificial intelligence model generates certain detailed but false or not existing information. This can be fictitious fact, non-existing legal provisions, fictitious court ruling, incorrect interpretation of law. In the judiciary, this phenomenon is particularly dangerous because AI systems operate on sensitive,
complex material that is crucial to citizens' rights. Well, how do AI hallucination arise? There are many actually reasons, and the process is actually divided. But for example, AI models do not understand the law in the same way as we do, as the human are. So they work by predicting subsequent words based on patterns in the data, combining fragments of knowledge learned from large text corpora. Well, so if the model cannot find certain data which we need, it may fill in the gaps to make the answer sound, let's say, logical. When does this happen most often? The first and the actually foremost, the situation occurs when the algorithm does not have access to completed, up-to-date legal data. We encounter the situation in law basis because the law is changing dynamically. So models are trained on historical data, and if they do not have access to latest news, to current court ruling, to legal regulation, they may fill in the gaps incorrectly. Well, another cause of the hallucination are errors in training data. Another, when the data have errors, the errors database will be used to develop hallucinated answers. So when using AI, we must also remember that the models are designed to be helpful. If a user asks a difficult question, the model will not say, I don't know, how can I help you? Instead, it will generate a seemingly factual answer. Another cause of the hallucination in jurisprudence may be a misinterpretation of the context. For example, AI does not actually see the difference between Ministry of Science and Ministry of Higher Science. So it can be the base for the hallucination too. Well, what type of hallucination are particularly generous in judiciary? Well, legislative, judicial, procedural, or interpretive hallucination. Well, one of the most serious effects of the hallucination is in the judiciary is flavored unfair judgment. However, this may arise not only as a result of the court-owned action, but also based on the actions of attorney, burdened with the AI hallucination. We have become accustomed to the fact that the parties use AI to indicate their pleadings, not only existing facts, but also those produced by AI, hallucinated by AI, it's better to say. Well, I give you some example to this. Recently, the Turin Labor Court issued a ruling on September 6, 2025, concerning the use of artificial intelligence in preparation of pleadings. Well, the Turin Labor Court, Tribunale di Torino, dismissed the complaint concerning the payment order. What's most, pointing to the complete groundlessness of the allegation raised. However, the court's reasoning regarding the manner in which the complaint was drafted, prepared with the support of artificial intelligence, and limited to how the extent of abstract legal citation, was of particular significance. In the court opinion, this constitutes bad faith or gross procedural negligence, resulting in additional financial sanction being imposed under Article 96 Italian Code. Well, in United Kingdom, in 89 million pound case, artificial intelligence generate 45 in one case, 45 hallucination in a single pleading, including 80 precedents that did not exist. Well, it's a judgment from 2024. This is what we can observe in all over the world. Well, even in Canada, in February 2024, judge punished a lawyer for hallucination. Well, this is what we can see in the United States. In a month, there are actually 4 very important cases from this area, Lodo and Oberman. Well, this is the case from Manhattan, from USA, from 2023, when fictional incitation in a pleading, and what happened, 2 New York lawyers filed a brief in federal court containing 6 fictitious citation generated by ChatGPT, of course. What was the result? Financial penalty for the lawyers. Well, but what is much more, let's say, well, there was another cases from Massachusetts for Arizona. There are the example that AI is really deeply hallucinating, and what's more, actually, the party decides and the lawyers, which are representing the party decides, are using it. But what is happening when the judges are using it? Well, I will tell you about 2 cases, the one from Mississippi in Jersey, and the second one from Mississippi and the second from New Jersey. Well, both judges in 2 different cases used actually AI. They were explaining that not they, but the applicant lawyer, the assistant, they were using it. But in both cases, in one there was used ChatGPT, and in the second Perplexity AI. Well, what was the effect? In those 2 judgments, there was errors, and after publication, actually, they were immediately withdrawn and corrected. Well, those are the proof that AI can really hallucinate. In one case, let's say in all over the world, let's say the record, it was more than 200 hallucinated facts. Well, and what about the judges? Are the judges prone to AI hallucination? These examples show us that no. Not every cases are like this one from Colombia, where the Constitutional Court did not question to use of artificial intelligence in the judgment's decision-making process, but only pointed out that he could not issue a ruling. It was the case from 2024. It was the first decision of tribunal courts connected in all over the world, connected with using AI in judiciary. In the other words, it is the judge who deciding, not an AI. But unfortunately, there are much more, let's say, crucial cases and example of using AI by the judges. Well, I will tell you about 2 more, about the example of the Portugal, when Supreme Judicial Council of Portugal initiated disciplinary proceeding against the judge of Court of Appeal in Lisbon, the capital of the country, who used ChatGPT artificial intelligence platform to prepare a judgment. What was happened? The one of the judge, Alfredo Costa, used ChatGPT in his reasoning when delivering a verdict in 2024, which when answering his question responded with numerous errors, but it was very important errors and hallucination. The judge in this case uncritically copied into the judgment the version suggested to him by the AI program, and this version was extremely erroneous and contained the fact that did not exist, including, watch out, citation from the not existing legal provisions. Disciplinary proceedings were initiated against the judge, and what about the justice system? This question I will answer at the end, but a very similar case was in India, where the tax appeal became the source of the hallucination and were used by income tax appellate tribunal in Bengaluru. I don't know that I'm pronouncing this correctly, but I have hope that yes. In 30 December 2024. Well, what was happened? Actually, in what was happening in Portugal, the court was seated, were seated the cases and precedents which were not existing, which were illusion and hallucination of AI. So right now it is time to answer the question, what are the consequences of behavior like this, but not making by the lawyers and the parties which are representing the party, but when, let's say, the judges are copying AI with the hallucination. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is, of course, unjust verdict to decide. But paradoxically, this is not the worst of it. The effect of exploiting hallucination goes much farther, namely to violation of the individual rights and the loss of trust to, unfortunately, judicial system. So, what's the most? And the one's trust what's the worst? When once trust is lost, it is very difficult to rebuild it, especially in today's world when the justice system is facing accusation of chronic inefficiency. This is why we must remember that as of today, it is still the human being who should verify AI and not the other way around. Thank you very much. I have hoped we will do that for a long time and AI will not actually take our place.
Thank you, Dr. Beata, for your speech. Always very interesting. And we have a lot of issues to discuss, but in the future, with an opportunity. Thank you so much. Bye. Well, now I'm going to call Dr. Mohammed Safdah Bhatti. Doctor, be welcome. I'm going to read your curriculum. Dr. Mohammed Safdah Bhatti is from Pakistan, is a linguist by profession with IELTS, TOEFL, PTA trainer by experience, researcher and global keynote speaker with the topic Impact of Technology on Human Rights, a Survey. So, Dr. Bhatti, you have 10 minutes and it's up to you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, very audible, like a local speaker.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening to everyone. This is Dr. Mohammed Safdar Bhatti from the Islamic University of Bahawalpur, Pakistan. First of all, I am very grateful to Dr. George and Dr. Dalton for having me at this forum again and again. Really, I am very thankful to you, sir. And the topic of my today's talk is, as I have just shared my screen and the PPTs, are they visible to you, sir? Is my screen visible to you, sir?
Yes, now for me it's visible and I think now it's appearing.
Okay, sir, thank you. And the topic of my today's talk is Impact of Technology on Human Rights and a Survey. And that is a brief sketch of my talk. Dear all, technology has a dual impact on human rights, presenting both new opportunities and significant risks. On the other hand, it facilitates freedom of expression, information access, and social advocacy, while on the other hand, It creates challenges such as privacy violation through surveillance and data collection, erosion of freedom via censorship, and new forms of discrimination from biased algorithms. Actually, technology is revolutionizing human rights, offering new tools for protection and advocacy while posing fresh challenges. Digital advancements enhance documentation and reporting of abuses, but also raise concerns about privacy, surveillance, and unequal access as well. Dear all, modern technology, particularly the internet and emerging technologies like AI, offer significant advantages for human rights by enhancing access to information and enabling effective activism. However, these advancements also pose challenges such as increasing social inequality, jobless due to automation, and risks to privacy rights. The growing gig economy creates flexible work opportunities while simultaneously threatening traditional job security as well. These are some benefits of technology: freedom of expression and association, access to information, documentation and reporting, social and economic empowerment as well. So, these are some benefits of using technology. And these are some challenges which we have to face: privacy violation, discrimination, freedom of expression and assembly, the digital divide, and surveillance as well. The objective of my study were to evaluate the role of technology in promotion of human rights, to analyze the effectiveness of technology for the learners, and to suggest the measures to enhance the role of technology in the promotion of human rights in Pakistan as well. 200 students and 10 teachers from the Islamic University of Bahawalpur, Pakistan participated in this study. It was a descriptive type of research based on quantitative approach, and a survey method was used. Now, I would like to sum up my talk. Dear all, global spread of digital technology emphasizes the need for international regulation over national frameworks to protect human rights. The rapid evolution of digital technology introduces both positive and negative effects, necessitating the establishment of adaptable standards. However, defining these standards is complex due to the ethical and legal re-evolutions required. Furthermore, the limited understanding of digital technology among human rights advocates hampers the creation of effective regulation that address technological impacts on human rights as well. So before leaving, I would like to give you some suggestions and the recommendations. First one is the human-centric design, enabling and embedding human rights principles into the design and development of technologies from the outset is crucial. Regulations and legislation and transparency and accountability, promoting digital literacy, and the last one is the international cooperation as well. These were some references from which I got the help. Thanks for your patience, and once again, thanks for having me here at your forum, sir.
Thank you, Professor, for your lecture. And it is always very nice to hear from you and to learn many different issues that are always very interesting. Peace be upon you.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Well, now yo me voy a llamar la doctora Xiomara del Perú. Doctora Xiomara, bienvenida, doctora. Yo me voy a leer su currículum. La doctora Xiomara Putz Mayorga es doctorante, magíster em Derecho Penal, abogada penalista litigante, pós-título em Head Start in Trial Advocacy Evidence Law Program, the Temple University de Philadelphia, Beasley School of Law, Estados Unidos, Assessora Penal de Empresas y Asociaciones, curso de Teoría del Delito, Desarrollo de las categorías de imputación conforme a los nuevos paradigmas de la ciencia jurídico-penal alemana en el Institut für Wirtschaftsunternehmensstrafrecht. Very difficult. From Alemania, coautora del libro Mitos y Realidades de la Praxis Cualitativa, indexado en la Biblioteca Nacional del Perú, y Concitec, gerente general en Puts, firma legal, sociedade comercial de responsabilidad limitada, ponente em matéria penal a nível nacional e internacional, com o tema El algoritmo de la inteligencia artificial y su sesgo de contravención erga omnes a la no discriminación como máxima y uso fundamental. Apreciada doctora, tiene 10 minutos para su charla. Bienvenida.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor Ribeiro, desde Perú. En primer término, quiero hacer un agradecimiento especial a vuestra persona y también al doctor Jorge Torres Manrique. Muchísimas gracias. Desde Perú, un fuerte abrazo. Ya se ha antepuesto por parte del moderador, del presentador como tal, cuál es el tema que voy a desarrollar. Básicamente, quiero abordar un derecho que es muy importante, un derecho que es fundamental para todos los que estamos compartiendo esta plataforma y para cualquiera que lo oiga. Estamos hablando de un derecho a la no discriminación. En esa línea, ya hemos resaltado que este derecho es un derecho jus fundamental, es una máxima jus fundamental. Pero precisamente este tema como tal está vinculado con este sexto congreso, mega congreso mundial anual denominado Robots Multifuncionales, Ciberseguridad Avanzada, Asistentes Virtuales y Derechos Fundamentales. ¿No es acaso que el algoritmo de la inteligencia artificial en ciertas circunstancias o en ciertas realidades genera un sesgo de contravención implícito como tal, y esto va a tener un efecto para todos, un efecto erga omnes? Y en esa línea es importante partir a priori como un tópico ab initio. Primero definamos a qué consideramos un sesgo algorítmico. Vamos a ver cuál es la acepción de concepto como tal y también cuál es la génesis, dónde se gesta, dónde se origina este sesgo algorítmico. Vamos a definir al sesgo algorítmico como aquella decisión errada de un sistema inteligente, porque precisamente estamos viendo el engranaje del sesgo algorítmico con la inteligencia artificial. Evidentemente va a tener implícito una inclinación, un prejuicio como tal. Esto se va a materializar en una decisión realizada a través de un sistema inteligente. ¿Y cuál va a ser la consecuencia como tal que va a afectar ya sea a una persona o en este caso, como lo estoy postulando, un efecto erga omnes a un grupo determinado o a un grupo de personas como tal? Y evidentemente este sesgo algorítmico que se concibe va a traer una consecuencia injusta, una consecuencia que contraviene el derecho fundamental a la no discriminación, lo macula, lo afecta, lo daña. ¿Correcto? Ahora, por otro lado, cuando nosotros hablamos cuál es el origen del sesgo algorítmico como tal, nos vamos a remontar a los datos de entrenamiento sesgado, nos vamos a remontar al diseño del algoritmo, nos vamos a remontar también a las variables de aproximación. o proxy como nosotros lo conocemos, y también aquella selección de características en base a lo cual precisamente la inteligencia artificial construye, maneja ingentes datos. La tipología, preguntémonos también, ¿cuál es la tipología de sesgos algorítmicos? ¿Existen tipos de sesgos algorítmicos? Efectivamente. Efectivamente, dentro de ello tenemos una trilogía, la primera, sesgos de selección, la segunda, sesgos de calificación y la tercera, sesgos de ampliación. Concretamente, vamos a definir una a una para poder entender el escenario o el tema que he propuesto. Cuando nosotros hablamos de un sesgo de selección, estamos hablando de datos no representativos de la población objetivo. Cuando hablamos de sesgos de codificación, estamos haciendo alusión a los programadores que incorporan sus propios sesgos. Y cuando hablamos de sesgos de amplificación, estamos hablando de un sistema que amplifica sesgos existentes en datos. En esa línea, dentro de ese escenario, ¿dónde podemos ver plasmados nosotros de manera tangible este sesgo algorítmico de la IA? Les voy a traer una verbigracia, un ejemplo como tal, y lo vamos a ver dentro del ámbito profesional, dentro del ámbito laboral. Permítame partir de la siguiente pregunta. ¿La IA genera un impacto en el entorno laboral? Continúo. El sesgo algorítmico tiene un impacto en el ambiente laboral. Continúo. La IA genera, macula el derecho a la no discriminación como máxima constitucional o como máxima fundamental dentro del ámbito laboral. A estas preguntas, a estas interrogantes que les estoy planteando, la respuesta va a ser afirmativa. En efecto, vamos a tener un impacto de la IA dentro del entorno laboral. ¿Correcto? ¿Y dónde lo podemos ver? Ustedes se preguntarán, correcto, vamos a ver al derecho a la no discriminación como máxima constitucional y la afectación como tal. ¿Y dónde lo vemos? Por ejemplo, verbigracia, selección y contratación, evaluación de desempeño, en ascensos y promociones. Y cuando hablamos de selección y contratación, estamos indicando que la IA gestiona datos en procesos de contratación. Va a filtrar candidatos de manera más rápida, de manera más célere, quizás candidatos que sean más económicos como tal, y va a replicar a otra base de datos que se contraponga con ello. Y cuando hablamos de la evaluación del desempeño como tal, también acá la IA va a filtrar la productividad, va a establecer índices óptimos basados en parámetros sesgados como tal. Como por ejemplo, plantear unos supuestos para que si se dan estos supuestos o el trabajador calza dentro de esos supuestos, se va a producir el despido. Ascensos y promociones en la misma línea. Básicamente estamos hablando de aquellos parámetros que sesgados algorítmicamente, que van a evidentemente a macular el derecho a la no discriminación como tal. El algoritmo de contratación, ustedes saben que es aquel que corresponde a una paquetería, por ejemplo, que podría estar rechazada por ser mujer. Yo por ser mujer, la IA podría programar que el trabajo solo lo puedan tener varones, pese a que yo puedo tener una referencia curricular de alto perfil, de alto nivel, de alto estándar. Pero la IA podría programar, ¿correcto? O elaborar esta base de datos proscribiendo a las mujeres, sesgando a las mujeres, ¿por qué? Su condición de mujeres y favoreciendo al sexo biológico opuesto, en este caso al varón. ¿Correcto? ¿Cuál es la consecuencia? La replicación de sesgos históricos de género, la exclusión de mujeres, el agravamiento de la opacidad de los algoritmos como tal. En esa línea también cuando nosotros vemos la tipología de sesgos, las consecuencias reguladas, manifestadas en aquellas relaciones interpersonales, tenemos a los sesgos de selección, a los sesgos de codificación, a los sesgos de amplificación, y dentro de esa línea, por ejemplo, cuando hablamos de un sesgo de amplificación, es aquel que está vinculado a un sistema que refuerza patrones discriminatorios existentes en los datos históricos, ¿correcto? Estábamos poniendo el ejemplo de que no se va a contratar a una mujer porque el sistema de la IA tiene un sesgo algorítmico discriminador, estereotipado, ¿correcto? Que a la mujer no la cualifica, sino la descalifica. Entonces, en esa línea también podemos ver una manifestación, una casuística, una verbigracia de cómo sería un sesgo algorítmico como tal dentro del ámbito profesional. Cuando hablamos del sesgo de codificación, por ejemplo, como verbigracia, podemos tener un desarrollador que prioriza ciertas características sobre otras basándose en sus propias preferencias, ¿correcto? Y un sesgo de selección, un algoritmo de contratación que se entrena con datos históricos donde predominen hombres en ciertos casos. En esa línea, ¿cuáles son las consecuencias erga omnes de lo cual les vengo hablando o de lo cual forma vinclado de mi título? La exclusión del acceso, la discriminación en evaluaciones, las barreras para poder ascender en un trabajo o para poder acceder a un trabajo. Ello dentro de la línea como tal de respecto de... Correcto. Asimismo, también el marco jurídico internacional contra la discriminación algorítmica. Tenemos el Reglamento General de Protección de Datos, Declaración de Toronto, directrices de la OCDE del 2019 y recomendación de la UNESCO del 2021. Y bueno, básicamente dentro de las recomendaciones, ya para ir concluyendo, para poder mitigar la discriminación algorítmica, tenemos la regulación adecuada, supervisión, sanciones, diseño equitativo, diversidad e inclusión, una mejora de datos, un compromiso ético, una educación pública y una colaboración multidisciplinaria. Básicamente ello. Muchísimas gracias.
Mis felicitaciones, apreciada doctora Xiomara, por su charla muy interesante. Y contamos con su presencia en nuestros próximos eventos con mucho placer, con mucho honor. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Bendiciones. Permiso. Muchas gracias.
Well, now I'm going to call the next lecturer. It's Dr. Swati Hani from India. Thank you, doctor, for your patience. And I'm going to make your introduction. Well, Dr. Swati Hani is from India, as I said before, law professor, mentor, guide, social worker, and a philanthropist from India with the topic Safeguarding Fundamental Rights in the Age of Multifunctional Robots, Advanced Cybersecurity, and Virtual Assistants. Well, doctor, you have 10 minutes, and now it's up to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ribeiro, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. So, Namaste from India, a land where ancient wisdom meets cutting edge innovation and where the Constitution's promise of justice, liberty, and equality is etched into our collective soul. So, the topic for today, which I'm going to speak, as Dr. Ribeiro has already informed, safeguarding fundamental rights in the age of multifunctional robots, advanced cybersecurity, and virtual assistants. So, as a law student, I have spent countless hours poring over dusty tomes of jurisprudence, only to find that today's greatest legal puzzles are coded in algorithms and steel. Today, at this World Congress on Multifunctional Robots, Advanced Security, Virtual Assistance, and Fundamental Rights, I stand before you not just as a voice from the global south, but as a witness to a fragile dance between technological marvels and human dignity. Now, imagine a world where a robot surgeon saves a life one moment and in the next, an algorithm denies you a job based on biased data. scrapped from your digital footprint, or where your virtual assistant meant to ease your day unwittingly shares your whispers with advertisers or worse, hackers. These aren't dystopian fantasies, they are reality in 2025. The global AI market is alone projected to hit $254.5 billion this year, fueling multifunctional robots with $72.3 billion. As these technologies surge, they threaten the very fundamental rights that define us, that is, privacy, equality, and the life itself. In the next 10 minutes, I'll explore these interactions, drawing on global data and India's legal lens to urge a rights first framework for innovation. Let's begin with the multifunctional robots, the tireless sentinels reshaping our labor warfare and daily lives. So, these versatile machines, from humanoid caregivers to industrial arms, promise efficiency but harbor perils for human rights. Consider autonomous weapons or killer robots, which the United Nations called for a treaty to ban just this May. Without human oversight, they could select targets indiscriminately, violating the right to life under Article 6 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. In India, where robotics adoption is well functioning, is booming, expected to grow 15% annually by 2027. This isn't abstract. A malfunctioning robot in a Bangalore factory could endanger workers, echoing Article of 21 of our Constitution, which safeguards life and personal liberty as affirmed in the landmark judgment of Justice K.S. Puttaswamy versus Union of India that elevated privacy to a fundamental right. But the threats extend beyond lethality. Humanoid robots navigating homes and streets must adhere to social norms for ethical predictability. Yet biased training data risks discrimination. The EU's AI Act mandates fundamental rights impact assessments for high-risk systems like these, a model India can emulate. Globally, AI-driven robotics could amplify gender-based violence through manipulated surveillance, as warned in a 2025 joint statement by the Freedom Online Coalition. In India, where women face digital harassment at rates of 2.5 times higher than men as per the NCRB data, multifunctional robots in security roles could excavate caste or gender biases if unchecked, flouting Articles 14 and 15 of the Constitution, which prohibit discrimination. We must demand laws for robotics that prioritize coherence with human rights, as explored in recent scholarship. Without them, innovation becomes oppression. So, transitioning seamlessly, these robotics frontiers are only as secure as the digital fortresses we build around them enter advanced cybersecurity. So, in 2025, cyber threats aren't just code, they are assaults on human rights. The data breach investigations report analyzed 22,052 incidents this year alone, with 12,195 confirmed breaches, many leveraging AI for sophisticated attacks like deepfakes and malware. Consider the March indictments by the US Justice Department against 12 Chinese hackers tied to law enforcement who targeted dissidents and human rights advocates worldwide. A stark reminder for state sponsored cyber espionage eroding freedom of expression. So, doxing and sweating, once fringe tactics, now escalate into life threatening harassments, as detailed in a 2025 analysis by the National Association of Attorneys General. In India, the 2024 CERT in report closed over 1.3 million cyber incidents, up 15% from the prior years. many breaching privacy under the Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023. These aren't mere hacks, they are violation of dignity. Agentic AI, autonomous systems acting on our behalf, introducing non-human identities that balloon attack surfaces by 300% per the World Economic Forum. For vulnerable groups like India's Adivasi community, surveilled via flawed facial recognition. This means algorithmic over-policing clashing with equality rights under Article 14 of the Indian Constitution. The Global Cybersecurity Outlook 2025 reveals only 14% of organizations have adequate talent to counter these threats, hitting developing nations hardest. As lawyers, we must advocate for international norms like expanding the Rome Statute to prosecute cyber war crimes, ensuring cybersecurity shields rights, not shatters them. Now let's turn to the intimate invaders in our pocket virtual assistants. Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, they are all our digital confidants. But at what cost to privacy? This January, Apple settled a $95 million class action lawsuit over Siri, allegedly recording private conversations without consent and sharing them for advertisements. Similar suits against Amazon and Google highlights how these tools, processing billions of queries daily, feed data anger. A 2025 survey by Tech GDPR found virtual assistants implicated in 25% of EU data privacy complaints, often via unauthorized voice biometrics. In India, where 500 million smartphone users rely on these assistants, the stakes are personal. The Puttaswamy judgment deems privacy inviolable, yet weak enforcement leaves gaps, evident in a 2025 rise of 40% in voice data breaches per MEITY reports. AI assistants risk model manipulation attacks, where hackers poison training data to extract sensitive information, as warned by VeraSafe experts. For marginalized voices like Dalit activists using apps for advocacy, this could silence dissent under Article 19(1)(a, that is freedom for speech and expression. Globally, the EU's GDPR fines hit £2.9 billion for AI privacy lapses in 2024. India needs teeth in its DPDP Act to match. As one report notes, without tokenized consent, these assistants decentralize control but centralize risk. These threats, robots, cybersecurity assistant interwear a tapestry of peril and promise, demanding a holistic legal response. In India, our Constitution's trinity of rights, Article 14, 19, and 21, that is, we also call it a golden triangle of rights, offers a bulwark, as analyzed in Carnegie Endowment's in 2024 reports on AI regulation. Yet, with AI mentions in legislation surging ninefold globally since 2016 per Stanford's 2025 AI Index, we lag. The EU's risk-based AI framework and UN's human rights guidelines show the path. Mandatory audits, bias audits, and inclusive stakeholder inputs from an Indian lens. We must infuse Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas, inclusive development into tech policy, preventing AI from widening our digital divide, where only 40% of rural India has internet access. So, in conclusion, honorable delegates, as we convene in this global forum, let us not let innovation eclipse empathy. Multifunctional robots must serve humanity, not subjugate it. Cybersecurity must fortify freedoms, not fracture them. Virtual assistants must assist without assaulting privacy. Drawing from India's resilient jurisprudence and the world's urgent data, 95% of cybersecurity leaders are now see AI as a double-edged weapon. I call for a universal AI rights charter, binding, equitable, and enforced. As Gandhi once said, the future depends on what we do in the present. Let us act now, for the robots of tomorrow will inherit the rights we forged today. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Dr. Swati Hani. We do thank you for your speech, and we count with your participation in our next congresses. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ribeiro. Muchas gracias.
Well, now I'm going to invite the next lecturer. It's Dr. Mohammed Fayala. Doctor, thank you very much for your comprehension and your patience. Thank you so much. And I'm going to make your introduction. Dr. Mohammed Mahoud Fayala is from Egypt, is PhD in Public International Law at Beirut University in Egypt. He has worked as a visitor assistant professor at the International American University in California, also specialized in the law of sea and international organizations. He is assistant professor of public international law at Arab Academy in Egypt, with the topic cyber crimes and international law. Appreciated doctor, you have 10 minutes for your speech. Be welcome, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor Delton. Thank you for this kind invitation. And in Egypt, I'm greeting you. And now let me the opportunity to share my point of view, which is entitled about cybercrime and international law. Initially, I wanted to speak about that. This is the first question we need to answer: what it means by cybercrime, what's its origin, and of course, what is the position of international law and what international efforts are being made to combat this type of crime. Looking at the scientific references, specifically in 1948, we find that the first use of the term of cyber date back to the mathematician Roberto Wiener during his study of some topic related to mechanical engineering. As for the etymology for the word cyber, its root can be traced back to Greek dictionary. This is led William Gibson to use the term cybercrime for the first time in his famous novel, Numerous, published in 1982. In this description, the author was referring to the virtual world and the private environment in which computers communicate via the internet, highlighting the lack of security and increased risk inherent in this exceptional environment. What is surprising is that cybercrime, despite its unique nature, has deep root. The first recorded cybercrime occurred in 1820, shortly after Joseph Marie Jacquard, at a textile manufacturer in France, produced the first program loom. The motive behind this first crime was a concern to the company employee that their traditional job and livelihood might be threatened, leading them to commit acts to substage the forces the company to use the modern technology. Shortly after the first such crime in 1834, a group of thieves hacked into the French telegraph system and stole financial market information, effectively carrying out the second most serious cyber attack in his history. By 1878, just 2 years after Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, the fledgling Bell Telephone Company fired a group of teenagers from its New York telephone system for rapidly and deliberately misleading and disconnected customer call. In 1962, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the United States announced that it had been the victim of cyber attack when Alan Shore attacked the institution website and stole password from this database. With regard of the United Nations, no one can deny that the pivotal role of the United Nations play in confronting cybercrime, given the negative and direct consequence of this crime on all members of the international community. This has prompted the United Nations to conclude international agreement and issue periodic resolution or through the General Assembly or Security Council to provide or form to assistance in country in the world. Regarding to the United Nations, no one can deny its pivotal combating cybercrime, giving its direct and negative consequence for all members in the international community. This had promised the United Nations conclude international agreement and issue periodic resolution through General Assembly and Security Council. At the beginning of the 20th century, specifically in 1990, the United Nations convened the 8th Congress of the Prevention of Cybercrime and Treatment of Offenders in Havana. At this Congress, the United Nations urged member states to consider computer-related crime and to intensify their efforts to enact more legislation and law to address this category of crime. This include reviewing, when necessary, the amendment of applicable rules and regulation, and concluding international agreement that would enable to extradition of criminals involved in committing this type of crime. In the middle of the 10th decade, specifically in 1994, the United Nations issued the United Nations Guide to Preventing and Combating Computer-Related Crime in 1995. This guide served as a helpful tool providing countries with a legal mean and common approach for the world's nation to help them confront and identify computer-related crime and provide a means of support to achieve appropriate results. Towards the end of 1990, specifically in 1998, the United Nations began to fully grasp the true roles of the information network and its potential impact on international relations. This include recognizing the threat it poses of international peace and security, particularly following in numerous accidents. A group of Chinese nationals calling themselves the Chinese Hackers Rapid Response Center comprised of 300 cybercrime launched attack against Indonesia government website in rationality of anti-Chinese protested Indonesia. As is a just counter, the United Nations recognized the exceptional nature of the situation and the need for swift response. Following extensive discussion among member states, the United Nations General Assembly determined the necessity of establishing a team governmental expert on development in information and communication technology within the framework of international security. The General Assembly also adopted several resolutions addressing all forms of cybercrime. In the same year, the 10th United Nations Congress on the Prevention of Crime and the Treatment of Offenders held in Vienna issued the Vienna Declaration of Crime and Justice, meeting the challenge of the 21st century, in which the United Nations affirmed that preventing crime and achieving criminal justice required the involvement of government, national, regional, and international institutions, international government and non-government organizations, and the various sectors of the civil society, including mass media and the private sector, as well as recognize the role of the contribution of each of them as effective partners. As a result, Russia submitted a draft resolution concerning the need to establish a set of principles to ensure international information security, with the aim of protecting the information environment and criminalizing so-called information weapons. This initiative was undoubtedly motivated by specific concerns stemming from Russia's anxieties about prospective Western domination in the information technology sector. In the same year, the United Nations General Assembly recommended the enactment of India's first Information Technology Act. This act was based on the UNISTRAL model law in electronic commerce, and some amendments were made to it in 2008, resulting in the Information Technology Act 2008, which covered a wide range of areas, including online business transaction, digital signature, and e-commerce. In 2005, the United Nations held the 11th Congress on Crime and Criminal Justice in Bangkok. The Congress agenda including several topics addressing information cooperation and combating terrorism and the link between the terrorism and the other criminal activity within the framework of the work of the United Nations Office of Drug and Crime, UNODC. It also covered strengthening international cooperation in law enforcement, including extradition and the nature of financial and economic crime challenge to sustainable development. Finally, in 2022, the United Nations Office Drug and Crime organized the 31st edition of the Congress on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice in Vienna. This event aimed to enhance engagement among particularly civil society organizations and other stakeholders to address a number of key issues. With over 20 side events, the Congress focused on preventing and combating various forms of crime, promoting justice, and protecting victims. And this is my speech. Thank you, Dr. Delton, for this kind invitation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fayala, for your very interesting speech, and we hope to count with your participation in our next congresses, because the issues are so interesting that we need more time to discuss. But opportunity will happen in the near future. Thank you so much, and peace be upon you. Thank you.
For sure, dear Professor Delton, for sure. Thank you for this kind invitation.
Well, now I'm going to call apreciado Dr. Jorge, bienvenido más una vez. Y yo me voy a hacer la presentación de su currículum. Muy bien.
Gusto saludar a usted, Dayton. ¿Cómo está? Gusto saludarle.
Sí, estoy muy bien. Ya estamos en más de 6 horas de transmisión. El doctor Jorge Isaac Torres Manrique es consultor jurídico, abogado por la Universidad Católica de Santa María, doctorados en Derecho y Administración por la Universidad Nacional Federico Villarreal, presidente de la Escuela Interdisciplinaria de Derechos Fundamentais, Preeminência e Justicia, autor, coautor, director y co-director de más de 170 libros y tratados en diversas ramas del derecho, con especial énfasis en los derechos fundamentales y la interdisciplinariedad, publicados en 19 países, co-director de los códigos penales anotados de Ecuador y Colombia, con el tema Desafíos de los robots multifuncionales, ciberseguridad avanzada, asistentes virtuales y derechos fundamentales. Apreciado doctor, tiene 10 minutos para su charla.
Thank you very much, Apreciado Dr. Dayton. Very honored and grateful to the Itaúna University and the Dr. Dayton Ribeiro Brazil. In this opportunity, we talk about the challenge of multifunctional robots, advanced cybersecurity, virtual assistance, and fundamental rights. The convergence of multifunctional robots, advanced cybersecurity, and virtual assistance is redefining modern society, offering significant improvements in efficient productivity and quality of life. However, this technological transformation also poses critical challenges in relation to fundamental rights. This document, this opportunity explores this challenge in details, provide the well-funded, detailed, comprehensive, and up-to-date analysis of the ethical, legal, and social implication of these emerging technologies. The rapid evolution of the robotics, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence has led to creation of complex systems that increasingly interact with everyday life. Multifunctional robots capable of performing various tasks in dynamic environments. Advances cybersecurity systems designate to protect critical infrastructure and virtual assistants that factibility, access to information, and service are examples of this technological convergence. With while this innovation promises numerous benefits, they also raise significant concerns about the protection of fundamental rights. Uh, we talk about now about the fundamental rights in the digital age. Fundamental rights such as privacy, security, non-discrimination, and the right to the work are essential pillars of the fair and equitable society. In the digital age, these rights are threatened by mass data collection, the automation of work, and the proliferation of biases algorithms. It's crucial to address these challenges to ensure that technological innovation does not undermine democratic values and human rights. And then we have about the challenge in protect privacy. Uh, the collection and use of personal data, the mass collection personal data by robots, cybersecurity and systems and virtual assistants raises serious privacy concerns. These systems collect information about our habits, preference, location, and communications, create detailed profiles that can be used for commercial, political, or social advance proposed. For example, virtual assistants recording our conversation and queries allowing companies to personalize advertising and services. However, this information can also be used by third parties for unauthorized proposals such as spraying or manipulation. Then we have the lack of transparency and control. Many users are unaware to how much data is collected about in how is used. The lack of transparency and control over personal information and diminishes individuals' autonomy and ability to make informed decisions about their privacy. Then a solution in this case it's essential to implement transparency police that inform users about the collection and use of their data. In addition, tools should be provided that allow users to control and manage their personal information. Then we have the security risks and data breach. Personal data stored by robots, cybersecurity systems, and virtual assistants is vulnerable to cyber attacks and data breaches. These incidents can have devastating consequences for individuals, such as identity, then financial loss, and damage to reputation. Then we have the protective measure. Advanced cybersecurity must be a priority to protect personal data from unauthorized access. They include implement encryption measures, two-factor authentication, and intrusion detection systems. Then we have about the challenge in physical and digital security. In these terms, we have first about the malicious control robots. Multifunctional robots can be maliciously controlled to hackers or malicious actors, which could result in physical damage, accidents, and ever target attacks. Cybersecurity is essential to prevent unauthorized control of this device and protect people from potential harm. Then we have the vulnerabilities in cybersecurity system. Advanced cybersecurity system can also be vulnerable to attacks which could compromise to security of critical infrastructure and personal data. It's essential to perform a regular security test and update system to protect against new threats. Then we have the mitigation strategies. In this case, implementing layered security architecture, training staff and cybersecurity, and collaborate with security experts are key strategies for mitigate these risks. Then we have the algorithm bias and discrimination. In this case, algorithms used in robots, cybersecurity systems, and virtual assistants can perpetuate discrimination biases which could result in unfair and unequal decisions. It's essential to design transparent and equitable algorithms and monitor their performance to detect the correct potential biases. Then we have the challenge to the right to the work. In this case, we talk about the automation and job displacement, the adaptation strategies, the challenge the nature of work, new skills, for example, such as creativity, trouble solving and communication are increasing important and labor market. In addition, it's essential to encourage continuous learning and adaptability. Then we have the protection of labor rights and legal framework. The legal labor framework needs to be adapted to take into account the change driven by automation and protect workers' rights in the digital economy. Like conclusions, we have the integration of multifunctional robots, advanced cybersecurity, and virtual assistants offers enormous potential for improving our society. However, it's essential to address the ethical, legal, and social challenge posed by these technologies. The protection of fundamental rights, such as private security, non-discrimination, and the right to work, must be priority on the digital age. Recommendations: promote transparency, implementing transparency police that inform users about the collection and use their data, strengthen cybersecurity, prioritize advances in cybersecurity to protect personal data and critical infrastructure from unauthorized access. Then the design algorithm, in this case, it's important design transparent and fair algorithm and monitor their performance to detect and correct potential biases. Then invest in training. Invest in training is retraining programs to help workers adapt to automation. Then we have the adapt, the legal framework. Adapt the legal framework to labor to take into account the change driven by automation and power workers' rights. Then we have the promote ethics in IA. Foster ethics in IA and robotics, promoting the development of technologies that respect human rights and democratic values. Then we have engage cyber society. Engage cyber society in this debate. On the future of technology, ensuring that decisions are made in informed and participatory manner. Final thoughts: technology has the power to transform our society to the better, but only its use responsibility and ethically. By addressing the challenge posed by multifunctional robots, advanced security, and virtual assistants, we can build a technological future that benefits everyone and contributes to more just and equitable world. Thank you very much for your attention.
You're welcome, Dr. Jorge Isaac Torres Manrique. Many thanks for your lecture. Ours very meaningful, very interesting, and this Congress, the issues are very up to date to our modern days. So thank you so much. And I will ask you to stay in the backstage for the closing session. I'm going to make my presentation and then you will return. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, now it's my turn to present my lecture. And my top, first of all, I am a professor Deilton Ribeiro Brazil from the University of Itaúna in Brazil, South America. And my topic today, it's about multifunctional robotics, virtual assistants, and advanced cybersecurity and fundamental rights. The human-centered vision of Brazil's draft bill number 4 from 2025. Well, as an introduction, it's very important to make the highlight that technological innovation is speedily transforming the way individuals, machines, and data interact. Multifunctional robots, virtual assistants, and advanced cybersecurity systems now play a structural role in contemporary societies. Yet, these advances raise complex legal questions regarding accountability, privacy, human dignity, and fundamental rights protection. In Brazil, these challenges are being addressed through Draft Bill number 4 from 2025, which proposes the inclusion of a new book. It's the book 6, titled Digital Civil Law in the Civil Code of 2002. And this legislative reform builds a legal architecture for the digital era guided by dignity, transparency, privacy, and accountability, and complements two fundamental statutes. The first one, it's the law 12965 from April 23 from 2014, known as the Brazilian Internet Bill of Rights, which guarantees freedom, privacy, and data protection in online communications. And the second statute, it's the law 13709 of August 14 from 2018. And it is called the Brazilian General Data Protection Law, LGPD, which regulates personal data processing and protect informational self-determination as fundamental right. Together, these instruments and the draft bill number 4, 2025 represent a human-centered model of digital governance, one that ensures that technology evolves within the limits of constitutional values. And the first thematic axis, multifunctional robotics, finds concrete legal expression in the draft bill number 4, 2025 provisions on automated and algorithmic systems. This regime is primarily defined by Articles 2027, letter A, 2027, letter F, and 2027, letter I to 2027 R, which articulate the principles of integrity, legality, and reparation governing acts performed in automated and digital environments. In special, the Article 2027, letter A, ensures the inviolability of personal integrity and privacy in the digital sphere, imposing all technological operations a duty of respect and prevention of harm. The Article 2027, letter F, provides that acts carried out in digital environments must conform to good faith, the social function of technology, and legality, extending these civil law principles to robotic and algorithmic systems. The Articles 2027 I to 2027 R define the general structure of civil liability for digital damages, adopting the rule of full compensation and introducing objective liability whenever technological activity entails elevated risk. This directly covers automated systems and multifunctional robots capable of performing complex or self-directed tasks. The draft bill number 4, 2025 harmonizes these provisions with Article 927, sole paragraph of the Brazilian Civil Code, embracing a risk-based approach. Developers, operators, and owners of robotic systems are objectively liable for damages arising from malfunction, defective design, or algorithmic bias unless exclusive fault of the victim of or a third party is proven. The second thematic axis, virtual assistant, addresses the governance of data-driven interactions and the protection of individual autonomy. The Articles 2027, letter D, and 2027, letter A, extend personality rights to digital contexts, safeguarding privacy, image, and identity from automated interference. This reflects the Article 7, Item 1 of the Internet Bill of Rights, Law number 12,965 from 2014, which guarantees privacy and the protection of personal communications, and the Article 18, Items 1 and 6 of the General Data Protection Law. It's the Law 13,709 from 2018, which allows individuals to access, correct, erase data, and revoke consent. And furthermore, Article 2027, letter T of the draft bill number 4, 2025 prohibits the design of manipulative or deceptive digital interfaces, reinforcing the requirement of informed and revocable consent. Applied to virtual assistants, this rule ensures that technological mediation respects the user's informational self-determination, preventing behavioral manipulation and safeguarding human autonomy within automated environments. And the third thematic axis, advanced cybersecurity, finds expression in Article 2027, letter U, of the draft bill number 4, 2025. This article guarantees every user the right to a secure and transparent digital environment, compelling platforms to adopt due diligence measures that protect personality rights, freedom of expression, and privacy. These duties correspond to Articles 7, Item 6, and 10 of the General Data Protection Law. It's the Law 13709 from 2018, which impose obligations of security and transparency, and to Article 3, Item 2 of the Internet Bill of Rights. It's the Law 12965 from 2014, which upholds net stability and reliability as public values. While continuing, thus, cybersecurity becomes a legal and constitutional obligation integral to the protection of human dignity and the prevention of informational harm. By framing cybersecurity as a component of civil responsibility, the draft bill emphasizes that trust and accountability are essential conditions for technological progress. And the fourth thematic axis, fundamental rights, embodies the normative essence of the draft bill number 4, 2025, which is being discussing in the Brazilian Congress nowadays. The proposed Book 6, Digital Civil Law, explicitly advances the extension of personality rights to the digital environment, ensuring that the same protections historically applied to the physical person govern their digital existence as well. And the articles 2027 letter D and 2027 letter A affirm that personality rights, including privacy, image, reputation, and identity, are fully preserved in digital spaces, transforming data and online representation into legally protected aspects of the human person. And the article 2027 AN, paragraphs 1 to 4, strengthens this principle by protecting the dignity, reputation, and the image of living and deceased persons, prohibiting the creation or commercial use of digital representations without consent. And it also requires explicit disclosure of any AI generated content, guaranteeing transparency and authenticity in digital interactions. These provisions match with Article 5, Item 10 of the Federal Constitution of Brazil, Articles 2, Item 2, and Article 18, Item 6 of the Law 13709 2018, and Article 8 of the Internet Bill of Rights, Law 12965 from 2014, collectively affirming that the digital environment must uphold human rights and digital citizenship. And as a result, the draft bill for 2025 establishes a new civil law paradigm, the extension of personality rights to the digital environment. It recognizes that the digital dimension of human life, data, image, and informational presence comprises an integral part of the legal personality, ensuring that dignity and autonomy endure in the age of artificial intelligence. And as my conclusion, as I'm the last speaker, I would say that the draft bill for 2025 consolidates Brazil's position as a pioneer in human-centered digital governance by inton the civil code with the Internet Bill of Rights, Law 12965 2014, and the General Data Protection Law, Law 13709 2018, it merges multifunctional robotics, virtual assistants, cybersecurity, and fundamental rights within a single constitutional and ethical framework. So many thanks for your kind attention. And then I will return the word to Dr. Jorge Isaac Torres Manrique to begin the closing session. Well, Dr. Torres Manrique, many thanks, and the word is up to you.
Profesor Dayton, muy agradecido. En principio, agradecerle o felicitarle por su muy acertada participación. En segundo lugar, también señalar que es importante destacar que el presente evento corresponde a una intención muy, digamos, de muy largo aliento, de mucho trabajo, de mucha intención, pero a gran escala. Si bien es cierto, la organización general corre, en este caso, o integra a la Universidad de Itaúna con el doctor Dayton, a la Universidad de Caxias do Sul con la doctora Cleichi, y la Escuela Interdisciplinar de Derechos Fundamentales, Fray de Justicia, a mi cargo. El desarrollo del evento se hace de una manera, digamos, singular, única, de manera descentralizada. Entonces, esto tiene a diversas universidades asumiendo un bloque de transmisión y, digamos, justifica y se logra el objetivo, ¿no? De poder llegar a lugares mucho más lejanos, disímiles, pero sobre todo salvaguardando el aporte, ¿no? Que es importante y que responde a lo que está pasando en este momento, no solo en un país, sino que en el mundo, ¿no? A lo más importante que está pasando. Y precisamente de ello se trata, ¿no? De darle, digamos, a la academia, a la investigación, digamos, algo muy valioso, ¿no? Y nosotros tenemos que destacar y agradecer sobremanera porque la Universidad de Itaúna, el doctor Dayton, han asumido doble compromiso. Estamos hablando de 2 fechas, de 2 bloques de transmisión. Y eso, digamos, es un esfuerzo muy fuerte, muy grande, ¿no? Estamos calculando ya, son casi 8 horas de transmisión, mañana entiendo que va a ser algo parecido, y además por darle ese enfoque que siempre creemos nosotros, queremos darle siempre algo que vaya más allá de lo que estamos acostumbrados, de repente de la región, del continente, ¿no? Y entonces es que acogemos, en este caso la Universidad de Itaúna acoge a ponentes que, si bien es cierto, ya trabajan con nosotros, no es fácil poder agruparlos, no es fácil poder darles esa cabida en estas 2 fechas importantes porque estamos hablando en líneas generales a los ponentes de habla inglesa, ¿no? Y entonces la idea es fortalecer, es darle una consolidación, proyectar una imagen muy sólida que efectivamente sea algo que sea, digamos, acostumbrado a que va a ser y va a continuar así, ¿no? Entonces, lo que se ofrece es una cuestión, digamos, sostenida, que refleja la intención y la voluntad por la investigación, ¿no? Que tenemos y que muy bien compartimos con el doctor Dayton y la doctora Cleichi y con las universidades señaladas. Agradecemos infinitamente la participación, reitero, de la Universidad de Itaúna, el doctor Dayton, de los ponentes, de los señores conferencistas de diversos países, y nos comprometemos, aprovechando la oportunidad, del próximo año 2026, continuar con más fuerza, con nuevos y mejores proyectos que justifiquen nuevamente con acciones concretas lo que señalamos, ¿no? No es cuestión simplemente de hablar muy bonito y al final no presentar nada importante. En ese sentido, agradezco la oportunidad de poder dar unas palabras a propósito de la culminación de este primer bloque que ha generado y se ha desempeñado y ha demostrado ser, pues, un éxito total. Muchísimas gracias.
Many thanks, Dr. Jorge Isaac Torres Maric, the president of Preeminência Justicia. And I would like to say some words in English and the final part in Portuguese, but I think it's very important to highlight how important is the Institute of Preeminência Justicia for sharing the knowledge. Because the topics of the Congress, the present Congress, are very up to date. The new technologies, we are facing challenges and situations. And as I said in my speech, there is a project of law that we call Draft Bill number 4, that has more 700 articles to be added to the Brazilian Civil Code, which already has 2,000 articles. So it will be perhaps a code with almost 3,000 articles. And the articles, most of all, are about the digital technologies, and that's why the importance of Proeminência Justicia to gather university, professor, lecturers, speakers from all over the world and in different languages. Of course, the main languages are English and Spanish and Portuguese, but I think it's important because that's the role of the university to discuss these matters. And as said, and very important, it's not only to speak, because from each Congress, we publish one book with the lectures of the speakers written. So it's important to broadcast the Congress, but afterwards, we are going to publish the books. And it's very important. That's the role of the university. So, congratulations, doctor, because Proeminência Justicia is commemorating his 6 years of foundation, 6 years of serious work, very serious work, academic work, and you can count with me always for helping this kind of broadcasting. Well, in Português, I would say, gostaria também aqui de algumas palavras em nome da Universidade de Itaúna, da co-organização, em nome do nosso magnífico reitor Faisal David Freire Schecker, de fazer o nosso agradecimento aqui, registrar o nosso agradecimento à Proeminência Justicia e às demais universidades, a Universidade de Caxias do Sul, na pessoa da doutora Cleide Galgaro, e demais instituições e universidades co-organizadoras, porque nós estaremos toda essa semana com eventos, com co-organizações que estão acontecendo em todos os dias. Isso é muito importante. Então, aqui fica o meu agradecimento. Dizer que esse trabalho é um trabalho profícuo, é um trabalho que nunca termina, né? Uma vez que o direito, na sua dinâmica, ele está evoluindo muito rapidamente, numa velocidade quase assustadora em termos de novas fronteiras, de novos conhecimentos, de novos debates que têm que ser travados e que temos que encontrar as soluções, ou pelo menos indicar os caminhos a serem tomados. E, antes de tudo, a proteção dos direitos fundamentais. Antes de tudo, jamais os direitos fundamentais, os direitos humanos, eles podem ser diminuídos em frente a esses avanços científicos e tecnológicos. Por exemplo, a Constituição Brasileira de 1988, ela é fortemente cidadã, protetiva dos direitos fundamentais. E isso é que, então, se enquadra o nosso papel de discutir esses avanços de uma tal maneira que não haja nenhum retrocesso, nenhuma diminuição desses direitos fundamentais. Pelo contrário, um maior avanço. Então, eu, mais uma vez, agradeço ao professor Jorge Torres Manrique, convido aos nossos ouvintes, aos nossos telespectadores, a nossa audiência, para amanhã, que seria a segunda co-organização da Universidade de Itaúna, que vai começar também no mesmo horário, mas com a participação de mais de 40 palestrantes. Muito obrigado uma boa tarde a todos. Dr. Jorge também, uma boa tarde e até amanhã. Muito obrigado.
Muchas gracias. Obrigado.